Hey guys, welcome to the Marriage Brokerage Firms. I missed y'all so much. How you doing, Kay?
Oh Lord, I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. How everyone's doing? I hope y'all had a Merry Christmas. I really, really, truly missed y'all. You missed them, or you don't? It's like whatever with
Good,
them,
of
right?
course. I was like, when we getting up next too? I'm ready to roll.
I know, right? And y'all, I would like for y'all to meet my daughter. This is Tamia. This is my only baby girl.
Hello.
Isn't she yummy? She's so sweet. So today, let me do a little hand clap. Hey, can you press that button? Oh yeah, you're gonna be my soundboard for me today. Okay, you good, you good. Okay, hey, so yeah, so today we want to get a
Hold on.
what'd you
Hold
say?
on. Savia's running the soundboard. Okay. Okay.
Why is that so funny?
Oh, because she might do better than her mama.
Wow. Okay,
She did
yeah,
both.
I did
Okay.
that. Okay, anyway, so we're talking about marriage and want to get like a perspective. What? Okay,
We struggle streaming already.
what happened?
I was hearing all kinds of feedback and like
Uh,
every other word.
is it okay now?
So far, so good.
Okay, cool. So we go. I'm sorry about that. So we're gonna talk about marriage today, and we're gonna get a perspective about marriage from a younger woman. I know a lot of times, especially in the manosphere, they like to blame us older women about not leading the way for the young women, and giving them like good examples and perspectives about marriage. So we're gonna get to ask questions. I've never really talked to my daughter about marriage. She's known about all of my marriages, but I never really talked to her about how does she feel about marriage, if she wants to get married one day or anything like that. So this is so this is going to be actually interesting. So like I said, no, Kay known my daughter like when she was in my belly. So like that's
I
like her.
saw her first.
All right, that's her like second mom and everything like that. So Kay is very so Kay. You never really talked to me about marriage or anything like that either, right?
Nope. Mm-mm.
Right. So wow. So if y'all have any questions, if y'all want to hear anything from a younger woman's perspective, if you want to ask her how does she feel about my marriages or anything like that, then feel free to ask her and she'll answer you the right way. So anyway, so hey, before the billions, thank you for coming. Hey Vega, hey Bernie, how are you doing? And while I'm thinking about it, I want to thank all of the moderators in advance. I really appreciate y'all, and I just want to thank y'all in advance. Hey, not so awesome, Larry, how you doing? Hey Vega, I think I already said Vega. Hey KK, which is you. So, all right. So Tamia, how do you feel about marriage? Do you want to get married one day?
Um, I mean, yeah, of course I want to get married one day.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, not today though.
Not today. But do you have anyone to get married to today that I know of or don't know about?
I feel like I can make something shake if I wanted to.
That's my child, honey. Just like me, Mama can get a shake it too when she getting ready. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. So, yes. Okay. Okay, why are you over there looking nervous?
I'm not nervous at all. I'm waiting. I feel a potential of juiciness here.
All right, yeah, this can go a lot of different ways. So maybe we'll talk about how does she feel about my husbands that we're married to? Does she feel like did she miss out on anything for me being divorced? Or we can just go get all into it and see what she says, and then go from there. So, any questions out the gate?
Say it again.
I said, do you have any questions out the gate?
Okay, well, to me, like you said, not today. But at what age do you see yourself married?
Maybe like 29, 30. That seems like a
Okay.
good age to get married. I'm on my
And
20s.
how long do you think is a good time to date someone before marriage should be a topic?
Um, since I'm in college right now, I think so. In school now, I don't really think you should talk about it until you graduate. But I think after I graduate and I start dating seriously, I don't really think we should be dating for more than maybe like 4 years, honestly. And we probably should start talking about it after maybe a year and a half, 2 years. I feel like men know what they want. Like they know when they want to be with you. So not getting my time wasted.
So you give him like 4 years max from the time we start dating to I should have said I do.
Yep, 4 years to propose.
Oh, 4 years to propose. Because then he could stretch that out another year or two. He's 6, 7 years in.
Like, okay, so are we talking about while you were in college, or are you saying
like outside of college?
Okay, like, so like let's say you graduate, you will be graduating at what age?
Like 20, yeah, 22.
22?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so at 22, so she's okay. I mean, so it's always about what decade we're in, right? Because she's in her 20s. So, you know, they got some time to play with. So you think, Kay, it's too early to talk about marriage? Is 4 years taking too long, even in your 20s, like right out of college?
That's a good question. Is 4 years taking too long? 4 years to get married? No. 4 years to be engaged? Yeah.
No, hold up. You just said like a year or two afterwards, after you start dating, right? Or what did you say?
Well, I think we should start talking about after a year and a half just to see where we want to be. But honestly, I feel like it's kind of hard for me to think about because I've never met a guy that I've wanted to marry. Like, there's no guy in my life that I've ever even thought about dating long term for over a year. So right now, yeah, I'm thinking 3-4 years. But honestly, I don't really have any kind of basis on when would be a good what would be a good amount of time. Because 3-4 years, that sounds like a good amount of time to get to know somebody before I want to settle down and decide I want to marry them, tie up all our finances and stuff like that.
What's the longest that you've dated anyone?
Oh my goodness, not long. Probably maybe 6 months, maybe.
Oh, who was this?
6 months?
That's some guy in high school. 6 months outside of high school. Outside of high school, I don't think most of my relationships have probably been maybe 3-4 months. Nothing long.
Okay. Did you have sex?
No, we didn't have sex, and that's probably the reason why it was about 3-4 months.
No, I'm talking about that 6 months.
I was in high school, so no.
Okay.
I see this fishing expedition going well.
Okay. But honestly, before the millions billion said, since I'm 20, I feel like I have the time to play with. So if it was 3-4 years, okay. But honestly, if I was probably getting 30, 35, probably trying to wrap it up.
Oh, okay. So you're thinking if you were in your 30s and haven't gotten married yet, would you still want to date? I mean, how do you feel about 20s? Okay, I can see you talking about 4 years plus in your 20s, but what about in your 30s? Do you think there's it's hard to say because you're young and you're still just trying to get out of school and get your life together. But when you hear about women who are in their 30s and they're dating a man for 6 or 7 years, how do you feel about that?
I feel like that when I'm probably definitely in my 30s, I think the cap will probably be 2 years. 6 years, that's almost a decade. I don't think so. I see new discoveries.
Wow. Let me see. Before the billion says, "Where's the rush?" He can say, "I can understand if you're 30 plus if you want to get married in a year or two in." Okay. So it depends on it. Before the billions, he has a girlfriend, but he's gonna be a billionaire one day. So keep that a mental log just in case he becomes single. As he drop out, but he has a girlfriend, so I'm just joking around. Let me see. I see new discoveries being made tonight on here. Yeah, we can get some new information out tonight. Yeah, because you never know. So anyway, so with marriage and everything. So you still don't mind getting married? That with me being married on multiple occasions or whatever, that hasn't really turned you off from the institution of marriage?
No, because the only alternative would be to not get married. And that
Mhm.
just don't sound good either. That just,
Okay.
I guess I just gotta pick my issue.
Mhm. Okay.
Do you have an issue with the fact that your mom has been married 3 times?
No, not really my business. It's her. Like that's her life. If that's what she chooses to do. I don't know. That's not really bothered me. It's not really turned me off her marriage or anything.
Okay. Ray Alexander asked a really great question.
Hey,
He
Ray
mentioned
Alexander, how are you doing? Hey, Ray Alexander. Hey, Cynthia. We supposed to be doing a show with Ray Alexander, so we just got to get the timing and
I wasn't
everything.
talking.
Oh, well,
Okay.
a lot of times I can hear. I can't. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm
Because
lying. I
since
talk
you
over
are
you.
the daughter of a well-educated mother who is a professional woman, is a man's education level and profession important to you in terms of whether you would consider marrying him?
Honestly, no. As long as he's making money, like as long as he has like a job or a business. And I mean, money's not everything, but when it's time to get married, kind of gotta be realistic. Everybody's finances need to be in order. So I mean, as long as he was making good money, whether you go to school or not doesn't really bother me too much.
What's your idea of good money?
Yeah, K1 asked that question. You love the details.
Like probably 6 figures.
Okay. Now, what's your major?
Computer science.
Okay. So you definitely will have the potential to make 6 figures. Okay. So you would require that as a minimum for your man as well.
I mean, I don't like to set things in stone because anything can happen in life. But if I could build my own man, he would definitely be making 6 figures at least.
Okay. And so Pookie and Ray Ray's need not apply, right?
No, absolutely not.
I mean, but Pookie and Ray Ray could be, like a kingpin making money, right? Making 6 figures.
I just don't want to be like El Chapo's wife, taking 2 years in jail for my man. I would love to be without if possible.
Okay, all right there with you, girl.
I like before the billion said if you haven't proposed in a few years, then it wasn't meant to be forever. That's a great point.
And it wasn't.
Right. That's an actual great point. Good question. That's so awesome, Larry. Salute Samsia. Hello, Samsia. Bravo Timia, a STEM major. Okay.
Thank you.
So, do you like Pookie and Ray Rays?
Everyone loves Pookies and Ray Rays.
I know.
Pookies and Ray Rays are fun.
They are.
But you gotta leave them alone.
You gotta leave them alone. So, at what point did you realize that Pookies and Ray Rays ain't hitting on nothing?
Well, I've never myself been with a Pookie and Ray Ray. So
when you say been with, you mean date?
Yeah, I've never dated Pookie and Ray Ray, of course.
Okay,
so. Gotcha. I don't have much information on that.
So why are you smirking?
Because she knows you're watching her like a hawk. Oh my God. Let her go. Oh my God. Let her breathe. Let her
That is so funny. Oh yeah. Let me see. What role does pedigree play in the idea of a future mate? What role does pedigree play in the idea of a future mate? That's what Cynthia asked. Do you understand?
I'm so embarrassed. Pedigree, that means family, like family lineage, correct?
Like good stock. Yeah. Like
where he comes from. Or are we talking about genetics?
Yeah. Cynthia, expand on that question because I'm kind of like not understand. Okay, do you understand fully the scope of her question, or
no, because it needs to be narrowed down some, because that could be whether or not there's insanity in the family, or it could mean does he come from a line of professionals?
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I would need more information on that.
Okay. Before the billions, he's a fellow STEM major, so he has his channel wrapped around the whole STEM movement. If I'm not mistaken, before the billions. Listen, before your billions, I be trying to support you, and I just like listening, but I don't know what the hell you be talking about. Okay, let me be honest. if it's not about like rap or something like pointless, then it's like all this educational stuff. I mean, but he does a great job of making it interesting. He really, really does. I will give him that. For someone who doesn't have no idea what's going on. Oh man, that Pookie and Ray Ray curiosity is a thing. Oh yeah. What is it you like about Pookies and Ray Rays, Tamia? I'll start off. I'll make it easy. You know, I love Pookies and Ray Rays. You know, I love it. Like, they're so much fun. They're usually really extra sexy because that's all they do.
So, she ever been married to a Pookie or a Ray Ray?
Yeah, all three of my husbands were Pookies and Ray Rays. I was joking.
Them were not. No, you're not. You know what?
I'm just joking. I'm just joking. No, I don't. I mean, Pookies and Ray Rays, they have their place, just like with men. You know, hoes have their place.
Did you marry one?
No, I don't do Pookies and Ray Rays. No, they have their place now. They have, you know, it's just like hoes. You know, they have their place, but you can't cross those lines. I mean, Pookies and Ray Rays will have you in jail and stuff. You can't. Let me see. I grew up in the hood, but I'm not of the hood. Never been a Pookie or Ray Ray. Glad I'm not. The presence of a solid family structure. Okay, pedigree. Okay. So she was saying the
okay. So 2-parent household kind of thing. Does that matter to you at all?
Not at all. Honestly, I would kind of prefer if my man didn't have like a big family because I don't really care that much to go to cookouts and stuff.
She's the only child. So.
Yeah, I'm an only child. I don't like to talk. I don't like to entertain. So that would be
like a big old family gathering.
She said you don't like big family gatherings.
Oh, not at all. I like to stay home.
Oh, you looking happy at my house at Thanksgiving?
I love being around y'all.
Because you got 3 tall, handsome yummies at your house. That's why. No, what to be knowing you since she was literally in my belly. So
that's different. I don't want to have to deal with a mother-in-law all the time. That's just too much.
Oh yeah, that can definitely be stressful.
Right.
I got stories.
I don't think so.
Let me say, before the billion said, we talk about everything on my channel, to be honest, but it's mostly centered around technology, right?
Okay, did they just disappear on me? We are really struggle streaming today, for real. Okay, so okay,
my bad.
Fix that, Jesus. Okay, I was not prepared.
I'm sorry. Let me see. Thank you, Bernie. Y'all love up the lights. Hello. What's up? A story to tell. What's going on? Do y'all have any questions for my daughter? She will be willing to answer them. So how do you feel about coming from? I mean, like Simsy was asking about like a structured family and a 2-parent household, but you know, you like your dad and me, we were together until you were like what? How old? I can't remember.
Like 8.
More like 10.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, like 10 years old. Because I planned it to that point. But
okay.
Anyway, so I mean, do you feel any kind of way like being a part of a divorced family? Does that make you want to that doesn't make you want to find like a man who has a 2-parent household? Like you feel like you were missing out on anything not having a 2-parent household?
Honestly, no. I've always felt like I was a little different on that aspect because I feel like y'all's divorce, like, I don't want to say it never really affected me, but when I found out, like, the way I found out y'all had a divorce.
It's okay.
Oh, we thought that's
right. Yeah.
Okay, I just know the way I found out my mom's divorce, she didn't tell me, but I always used to kind of be computer savvy when I was a child. So I just remember for some reason I was on the family computer and like I was looking through the files for some reason and I found their divorce papers. And so I kind of confronted them. But I wasn't upset. I wasn't hurt or anything. I was just like, so y'all weren't going to tell me.
So what was it about? Like, what situation did we have going on? Like, we were still like living together in divorce.
Yeah.
So that's not normal. So.
But I feel like even when, I don't know, like, actually, like, you know how some people just kind of take the guilt on themselves, like, oh, mommy, daddy divorced because of me. I don't know. I thought I was only able to think rationally about the situation. I was like, right, you're obviously not the best together, so I don't care.
Yeah, so
he did live there for a while after, so that probably helped a little bit.
Yeah, so after we got divorced, her dad and me, we were still living together for like what 4 or 5 years after the divorce. Yeah, we were still.
Like that.
Yeah, we were still living together because it just wasn't. It wasn't time to separate. It wasn't anything financial or anything, but I still cared for her father. You know what I'm saying? And I just felt like it just wasn't a good time to. People
So
weren't.
when he actually moved out and everything,
Yeah, he
that's
had his
when
own
you were.
place and everything, right? So he had his own place and everything, but he was still living in the family home. He was still a part of the family home. He still lived there because we
It's
weren't
like I
ready.
remember that vaguely, but I didn't
Right.
realize it was so long after the
It
divorce.
was. That time flew by. Do you need some? You can pick her up and put her in your lap if you want to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hold on a minute. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, he wasn't really prepared for. I mean, well, I don't put it like that, but it just wasn't a good time for us to not be a family unit. Let's just put it nicely like that. So, being a nice, generous, loving person I am, I had that happen for like another 4 years. And that was, to be honest with you, that was very, very stressful. It was highly stressful because we weren't married, but then there was a lot of still marital issues going on, a lot of like hard feelings and stuff, so to speak. But we our divorce was very amicable. You see, being the only child makes you enjoy living alone so much. It's so much peace. That is so true. Let's see.
I've never lived alone.
Really? Oh, I know, right?
Ever. Nope.
Wow. You're not missing out on anything.
I
So.
don't like to live alone.
You say you don't want to?
I don't like to live alone at all, actually. Like, I feel like I used to kind of like being alone, but especially after like moving out, like when my roommate will go away, something about just being alone in an apartment all by myself is just horrible. I get so scared. I'm a paranoid person though.
Wow. Okay.
Mhm.
For me, like I went straight from my parents' house to a college dorm with this one, and then went from that to an apartment, and I had roommates, and my husband was one of them, and, and then I got married. So yeah, I've never lived alone.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, you're not missing out on anything. Oh no, that's the thing about being alone for so long. I don't even know how I would coexist. Like when she first came home, girl, it was hard because she had a lot of energy. She was
You talking
walking.
about with COVID, with the
No, I'm
with the
talking about like
pandemic?
just a couple of days when she came for
Oh,
Christmas. Girl, I was stressed. She was walking around all heavy and talking all loud. Girl, I'm old and tired, and she just loud. Oh my God, and just up all night, and then early in the morning she up. It's like, oh my God.
I
Yeah.
like to play around. I like to have fun.
Uh-huh. Yeah. At any time of night, it was crazy. At what age will Tamia get married?
Hopefully 30.
So you want to
Only
be
time
married
will
by
tell.
30?
Yeah, by 30. for
Why?
sure.
You feel like you feel the old maid syndrome or what?
I was like 30. That's time to pack it all up. I don't really need to be single no more.
Mm-hmm. Pack what up exactly? Like what do you
Just
do?
like it's time to put a bow on this life situation. Like let's just go on autopilot.
Okay.
I would kind of like to be where I want to be in life by 30.
Okay. The Dope Conversations podcast give Kay the hard eyes. Story to sell say, what up, Sam? Let's see, before the billion said, I just work on stuff while I'm alone. No one to interrupt. I can work on art and my business. Okay, I didn't know you do art. Work on making money. Yeah, working on those, making those billions, getting to that point.
I just tell them walking around breathing.
All heavy.
Literally, that's all it is. I
All
came
this
in, hey
in and
mom.
out, in and out.
Oh, no, everything is heavy. Everything is so heavy. Oh my God. I'm just, like I said, I'm just old and I just ain't feeling like
Everything sounds loud when you're so used to not hearing
solitude.
anybody
And I
else
don't,
moving around.
right. And I don't even watch TV or anything. I don't play the radio. Like, so when I'm home, it's nothing but solitude. That is all.
And the dog.
Right. And, but they be sleeping all the time, so I have to go find them, so it's just, is crazy. So I don't know what I was gonna ask her, Kay. She's my kid, so I don't really know,
Okay, so how long do you think someone should wait before having sex in a relationship?
Oh no, you didn't.
Me personally, I think just because right now I'm a virgin, so maybe my mindset will change on that. But I just think I should be in love with the person first before I have sex with them. So I don't plan to wait until marriage or anything. But I would like to be in love with the person. So at least even if we break up, it will be a good experience. So probably maybe like 3-4 months.
Okay. Now, is there any particular reason why you've been holding on to your virginity this long? Is it because you haven't been in love?
First of all, it's not a long time. She's only 21.
That's a long time.
Ma'am, I wasn't talking to you.
Okay.
Honestly, at first, it's probably because I definitely wasn't have sex in high school. Because mom said something so crazy to me one time. It just really stuck with me. And I just never had sex. So I was just so scared of getting caught. So that's why. But
what did I say? I said so many things. What did I say? Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. She said to me, I just never forgot this. She was like, if I catch a boy in this house, whatever I catch y'all doing, y'all are gonna have to finish. I was like, I knew in my heart that she would have really made me finish.
I'm like,
and I was just,
yo, no, finish. Don't stop now.
Yeah.
I know she would pull up a chair, like
pound that ass like you was pounding when I walked in this room. I want you to pound that ass, and I want you to look back at him, and I want your back arched while he pounds that ass.
I could see her doing that. Oh, you poor baby.
So
I'm traumatized right now.
So yeah, I never had sex in my mom's house because of that. But even
hold on, we mean about your mom.
Let me finish. But even when I went to college and stuff, honestly, I don't think I've ever really wanted to have sex with any guy I've been with. I just like guys, it's never like a logical progression of things. Like, they'll give you a kiss and then they'll reach for your pants. It's just like, why in between those two things, why would I have wanted to have sex? That's not even clicking.
Right.
So they're not seducing you. They're not. So they're not seducing you. In other words, and that's the thing I love about these young guys these days. And it comes in handy for my daughter. They don't understand. Young men these days, they don't understand the long game, and they don't understand the art of seduction.
Definitely don't understand the long game.
Oh, okay. Like these guys here, they don't want to play no games. You said what now?
They want instant ass.
They want instant. And they don't for, so with her, that comes in handy. Thank God, I mean, why does that come in handy? Because a lot of other young women in your age group, they go for it. Like, so what is it about you to say you're a virgin, but like all these girls on Instagram and stuff, they go for it. So what was your foundation for you to hold on to wanting a certain level of respect and a certain level of duty service to you before you feel like you can open up?
Honestly, it's just kind of, I waited this long, no point in rushing it now. I'm 21. If it comes, it comes. I mean, it's bound to come eventually, so I might as well just be patient.
No pun intended. Come eventually.
But honestly, what mom said, that is honestly, it's been the best thing, because a lot of guys don't know how to wait. A lot of guys, even now, I know this one guy, he was chasing me for months. Finally decided to give him a chance. I told him a restaurant I wanted to go to. He said, we're not there yet, but maybe someday. And that just really stuck with me. I'm just like, y'all don't even know how to get what you want anymore. Like they don't even.
Start over. I don't understand the story. What happened?
Oh, I'm saying this guy had been chasing for months.
Check her ID, basically.
He asked me because he had came because he was going to be in Chapel Hill for a minute. So he asked me like any restaurants in the area you like. I said this restaurant called Stir. it's not expensive. It's probably the place probably like $30, $35. You know, he sent me money before. Like he always like tries to flex money to like be appealing to me. But for some reason he said that he's like, we're not there yet. Maybe next time. I was just like, these guys, it just summed up men so perfectly.
TGIF right
They
now.
can't even wait to get what they want. At least try to trick me, you know? You're not even trying to trick me. You just putting all your cards on the table, hoping one stick, but it's not gonna stick.
That's also sister with game. I'm talking about right there. Yes. You got to love yourself to get there. You have to say, I love me enough not to put up with that BS.
Right. Yeah. And like, so what is it about you that didn't make you feel like I need to experiment and see what these other girls are talking about? Or
I mean, well, when the guys aren't even really trying to give you any sort of build up to having sex, I know the sex not about to be good, so I might as well just keep my pants on. That's just how I feel about it. If you can't even give me to a point where I have sex, there's no point in having sex. I'm just gonna be hurting and crying, and then you're gonna button up your pants and go home. No, I'd rather sit at home with my dogs.
right. So see, Kevin Samuels, even young girls like dogs too.
I did it live.
I'm a single older woman in training.
And yes,
that's probably what you say.
Oh, hey, my Vivid Live. Hey, girl, what's going on? Thank you for coming. She said, hello, Tish, Kay, and Tish's beautiful daughter. Hi. Let me see. Let me see. Stir is not bad. Yard House is another great spot here in the same area here in Raleigh. Okay, so Simcia, you in Raleigh as well?
Yeah, I saw Yard House. I need to try it. Look good.
Okay. So basically he was saying that you wanted too much food, like too high of a
I think he wanted to humble me, honestly, because he has the money and he sent me more money than a plate would have been. So I guess in that moment he kind of just wanted to humble me. But
interesting.
If you had got to that point, you might as well just have kept acting like you were acting. I don't know.
So he didn't mind the money aspect, but he wanted you to submit. So I know there are like other channels, and it's a big thing on YouTube about like men feeling like women. What is it, Kay? Like women should pay for men, and women should submit.
Okay, so I was talking to a guy friend of mine this weekend, and he has a couple of women on the roster, right? So I asked him, I said, well, because they are spending money on him. Now he spends a little money on them too, but each of these women spend money on him. And I was asking him, I was like, well, does that, improve their rating? Do they move up on the roster? And he was like, no.
Wow.
He's not impressed by that at all. But I mean, someone done bought him some beats, I think. And oh God. Oh, he has his standard gift that he gives everybody, which is that Forever Rose. The rose that never dies.
Right. The rose that never dies.
Right. Like you got a whole stack of them at the house.
And he just gives that to all his women.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess to keep them busy when he's not able to make his rounds. Right.
And if you go by the definition of high value male, he's right there in that list. He's got a good career, makes the money. He's actually really good looking. He's got a great personality. He's charismatic. He's funny. He's quite the catch, and he's open to getting married. So,
right. Okay. So if he's open to being getting married, that's great right there. But if the women are, basically letting him run amok and run the show the wrong way, but is that really someone you want to get married? I mean, I'm at the point where I want a man to just do right from the giddy up. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to have to go through these games where they want to treat you like garbage or they want to test you out. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. Am I wanting too much for not wanting to play those kind of games? Like,
no, I don't think that's wanting too much. I think that's common sense. That's just average. You're not asking for anything special, just some common courtesy.
Okay, right.
But today, good luck on finding that.
I know, exactly. Okay, so SimC is in the Raleigh area. Let's see, I need to put that rat rose away.
I don't know about the whole get married first thing. I'm not an advocate for that.
Really?
as far as
I
getting
mean, I
married,
waited till I got married.
I do believe. Okay, yeah. I do believe in, um, having some type of relationship before jumping into sex. I don't believe lead with the punani. But as far as waiting until marriage, I mean, it sounds great in theory, but my problem with that is, what if you end up with some lame dick? Then what? And you didn't find out till you got married. Now, what? We leave because the sex is bad? Let's just eliminate that up front. I mean, we're not doing coochie interviews with everybody. So you can still keep your numbers really, really low. And we need to test drive. I'm sorry.
No, I definitely agree. I feel like especially nowadays, I think the only man who's waiting to have sex has something going on. Any man who would say, if I told him I was like, oh, I'm waiting, he's like, oh, it's okay, I'm fine waiting till marriage. I'm gonna be looking at you crazy because what are you trying to hide from me? So yeah, I wouldn't wait till marriage because that's kind of ridiculous.
This is what he's saying.
You wanted me on the show. You wanted me to be candid.
Well, I mean, it just depends on what your foundation of marriage is. I mean, yeah, I've been married, and it didn't work out, So, I've come to a point where my foundation has to be, a biblical marriage. It just has to be, because I already done it wrong the other 3 times. I can't keep doing the same thing the same way. I mean, to each their own. But, so that's something that you could consider putting in the hands of God, if the sex will be good or not, instead of trying to figure out and then it doesn't work. And then
I need to know for sure.
Okay, so we're going, Lord, please make the dick good. Lord,
right.
Please.
Yes, exactly.
I just need
the
to
Lord
know for sure.
The Lord made the dick. So yeah,
I think
you
that
pray
would
for the
make
dick to be
All
good.
of the little ones, the sad ones, the limp ones. He made all of them.
What hold on, what would make you resentful?
If like we waited all that time and he knew that something wasn't right, and then you just want to subject me to that for the rest of my life, that would make me mad. I would look at him getting mad every day. Like, you really gonna sit there and do that? All right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sorry. I mean, it sounds great.
I'm not saying anything, Kay. I'm not saying anything.
I know, but they can't get married. Like, oh, we're gonna have sex for the first time on our wedding night. Child, boo. No, I'm sorry. I can't be an advocate for that. No, I'm not gonna find out on my wedding night that you got ED or a retarded stroke pattern. No.
You love talking about some retarded stroke pattern. You need to stop. You are tripping.
I'm not so serious. What we're not gonna do, I should not have to need toys to survive.
Mm-hmm.
My toys, but they're an addition to, their options, changing the pace of things, doing something different. But what we're not going to do is I'm going to have to rely on that. No, absolutely not.
Okay, let me see. No. Ray Alexander says, are you down with struggle love? That is, being in a marriage when you struggle financially. Would you accept a man on his potential, or does he need to be financially established?
I don't think you should be asking me to marry him. Like, I'm not struggle love. I agree with. If a man is broke, or if he lost money while we were together, and I really saw him trying and working, I'm not going down no one for not having no money, and they're genuinely working to do better. Never. But I also don't think he should be getting married.
So I have to agree with that. I mean, what is he should be dating? He should be trying to get married.
She said he worrying about the wrong thing.
Pick a struggle, baby. Pick a struggle. You need to focus on getting yourself together.
I feel like if my man, and he was like broke at the moment he proposed to me, I think I'll just have to look at him. Focus. Like, come on. Focus.
I love it. I mean, struggle love. I mean, you don't know what lame is. I beg to differ. I was
I feel
the first time I had sex, I knew it was good. I mean, I would have known if it was lame. I would have known if it was lame. I was like, ooh, Lord, I wasn't expecting this. You know, you don't expect the first time to be good. No woman, men, y'all have a great time the first time. Women, do we walk in the door expecting sex to be good the very first time when we lose our virginity?
But she's gonna wait till she's a virgin. I mean, till she get married. I know she is. We're gonna work on that. Anyway, no, Ray, he doesn't have to be a high value, but he should have tangible accomplishments and demonstrate a history of stability. Okay, BC. Oh, hey, Beatrice. See, how are you? Let me see. Cynthia says, would she have a position if she waited, or would you rather she have an extremely pleasant experience with a guy who purposely uses that to control her? Oh, Cynthia's asking some deep questions, but I'm not getting.
That's your point of view, but don't get me wrong, it does happen. You know, some of these guys are walking around knowing they putting it down, and they use it to their advantage, and they dog women out, and use the D to control them. It absolutely happens. What we need to be praying for is discernment.
Right.
We're not gonna pray for good D. We're gonna pray for discernment, and try to eliminate the foolishness up front.
Can we stop talking about dick right now? So, okay, Timmy, I want stop. Oh, she tried to bite me. So, Timmy, tell everybody, how long has it been since mommy had sex?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Like, what? I don't know.
Well, I told you.
If I just said date, that would have been crazy.
What date?
If I said, oh, February 2nd, that would have been insane for me to say.
Right. For her to know that if she knew.
Oh, I'm talking about the roundabout.
I shouldn't even know.
Yeah, you don't know. Because it's been that long. It has been. It's been like, how long has it been, Josh? I forgot.
I'm not coochie watcher.
You're not. She said she's not a coochie watcher, like a pocket watcher. She's not a coochie watcher.
Yeah, she's not clocking your coochie.
Like she be watching mine.
You doggone right.
She's clearly watching yours.
She's obsessed with mine.
Yes, I am. Because
I don't even try to keep up with my kids. Nope.
Right, sure. You got to when you have daughters. You got to still. Oh, hey, the lead attorney. Like, have I ever told you about the lead attorney? He is like amazing. Like, he's a lawyer. He's like what I'm trying to do, but I can't act right for 2 seconds to do it. But he is a lawyer. You said what now?
I think as long as you know.
Exactly. He's a lawyer, and he's like now a YouTube star. Like, he's absolutely amazing. Lee, do you have anything to ask my sweet, innocent baby daughter? Let me see. What's up, Lee? Let's see. Common Sense TV. Let's see. Beatrice asks, words from a wise young woman, don't propose while broke. Exactly. And that's sad that a young woman knows that. What you say, Timmy?
I will say my husband was broke when he proposed.
That was different. That was different.
It worked out though.
Right. Let's see. The marriage and first. Do you recommend age gap dating for her? Ooh.
I feel like mom always said guys act the same when they're 40 as they do when they're 17.
They do.
And I've talked to men who are older, and I agree. They're kind of worse.
Okay, so
older men, just how they act.
Yeah. That's why I love. That's why I love young boys. I love them. You know I love me some young boys to me.
So, Tamia, what do you think is a decent age gap?
Hold up, the lead attorney said his first time was lit. Oh, I thought your first time was with a moose.
First time was lit.
Well, I thought your first.
Sure was.
I thought your first time was with a moose. Joking.
Oh.
So, to me, how was your first time?
I'm a virgin.
Oh, okay, I'll just make it show. Okay, that was a trick question. Anyway, yeah, so age gap dating. I mean, like she said, I mean, it was at one point where she's in high school, she's dating, and then when I was in one of my marriages, I was dating, and I was noticing we was both going through the same bullshit. It was amazing, the crap that was out there. Just, like if you run across the wrong guys, they I mean, it didn't even matter what the education was. It's just running the same stupid game. And that's when I realized, because I used to always have a fetish for young men, but I was, trying to scale it back. So I was like, why hide it? Because they all act the same. Sheesh. Anyway. Beatrice says to wait until you're married. I think you should too. Because you don't have the temperament to deal with a man who's going to take your coochie and then act stupid. You don't have that kind of temperament. I know you.
Yeah, I don't.
Because you have the temperament to deal with loud sex without a marriage.
I also don't.
How would you know? Let me see. My first time was terrible. Really? A story to tell? I want you
to have to get him to come tell that story, right?
You said what now?
He's gonna have to come tell that.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to do this.
Story.
Can you please tell us about your first time? Come up on the panel and tell us too. Hear the sexy voice of his. Let me see. Coochie watching with JT. Yeah, we're gonna start a new YouTube channel called Coochie Watching.
And it's just you following me around.
I know.
Just you following
They're gonna put a chastity belt on you.
Yeah, y'all don't understand. Having a young, pretty, gorgeous daughter, you got to stay on top of it, man. You got to stay, because old men be on it, young men be on it. You gotta let them know. Not under my watch. Let me see.
She seems to be equipped with a good head on her shoulders. So,
yeah, I mean, I like to think, even though mom wasn't perfect. And mom, had her way. So what?
That beautifully molded head, yes. She got a good head on her shoulders.
Yeah, she was the one that I did one of the videos on. I did a video about the cone head and how when you came out, because I had such a exquisite tight snap.
I know, ma'am. We are not doing
Why would you even call it that?
Because it is what it is. Anyway, because it's so,
in front of her. This is what you're gonna do in front of her. You're gonna talk about your exquisite snack. That's what we're doing today.
Because well, first of all, I ain't done nothing with my coochie in so long. So can I at least talk about it? Can I at least talk about it? Okay. Number one. Number two, it is what it is, Kay.
To talk about her snack.
You said what now?
I'm asking Tamia. You want to hear your mother talk about her snack? Her exquisite snack at that.
So anyway, it was so exquisite and tight. I pinched her out like a little Hershey kiss. So she had like a little Hershey kiss at the top of her head. And thank God, Kay I was freaking out. I was like, oh my God, like, ew. Like I actually had birth to that thing. It was like, and so Kay was like, don't worry. I didn't even say nothing. Kate is like, it's gonna be okay. And she was like literally molding my
about to kill me.
Molding her. I know, whatever.
I saw the look on your face and I was like, it's okay, we can shape her head. And you're like, and I was like, yes, we're gonna shape her head. And I just started getting to work on it right then and there.
Like it was a biscuit, like biscuit dough. Let me see. You appear. I started to tell y'all come up on the pen. I really want to hear what y'all first time story is like. I would love to hear that. So, Tamia, what do you think are the reasons why I've been married and divorced so many times, in your professional opinion? Have you ever thought about like what's wrong with my mother? Or, like, why is she always, do you think I take marriage seriously?
I feel like I don't know what you want me to say.
Say what you want to say. Don't worry about what she wants you to say.
When the camera turned off, it's just gonna be me and her. It's just gonna be me and her.
Look, call me. I'll come.
I mean, I think you know what you be doing, but I also don't think men could be better as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's two problems.
So we were both acting up.
I don't think they were acting up because I feel like you already knew, but I think you be acting up sometimes. Yes, you can't.
What way?
Be mad at a dog for being a dog,
You better go ahead and drop the jewel, girl.
Hold on, my daughter's basically calling me a bitch. What are you talking about right now?
I'm saying about them.
Oh, okay.
Like,
okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like you already know what was going. You already knew kind of what it was. I feel like I get this habit from you.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I have a habit of getting in stupid relationships. I know it's like, why am I doing this? but I just do it anyway. And then when things get crazy, I'm not mad, I'm not hurt. I'm like, yep, I know why. Yep, I had to try it, I guess. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of what mom does a little bit. I think he's like, let me try it. Let me see how it goes.
I got nothing else to do right now.
Yeah, I'll say like, whatever.
Yeah, so that never affected your judgment. So do you think I take marriage seriously now? Like, do you think I've learned anything?
I would need to see you married again.
Mm-hmm. Like, so you don't see anything different about, like, because you don't see me date or anything.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have to see how you act around a guy.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you act different around men, how you act around me.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You care to elaborate on that?
What I say?
Kasha, she has that same problem that we usually have on live sometimes.
Oh, gotcha.
Right. I don't know why she did that. I told her to chill, but she has no chill, yo. So what were we asking? I forgot already.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said you treat men differently how you treat me. But
Mhm.
that's
Well, of
everything.
course,
I don't
yeah.
treat my man how I treat my mom.
Mhm.
You know, I just feel like there's a different dynamic that I wouldn't be able to see if you've grown when you're only with me.
Do you think she's nice to men?
Sometimes, yes. I just like when mom gets mean, she gets
Is she loving?
Yeah, mom is very loving.
I know she can be.
On the other hand, when things get crazy, it gets crazy.
Okay.
What do you mean crazy?
I'm gonna need you not to act like you're not crazy.
You love how you hate, and you love strongly.
Oh, isn't that sweet what she just said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's basically she talked like she knows everything. So what does
now get trouble for answer questions.
Honestly.
Storyteller wants to know, what does crazy look like? What's her version of crazy? What's that?
Saying things you shouldn't say. I just like you say something that can't be taken back.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like when mom gets angry, I feel like with a man that could possibly be happening.
I never really done that. Well, never mind. Let me leave that alone. I was ready to ask her.
Next question.
You know, when you're in a relationship, I'm a big fan of fighting fair and not saying things that you're going to regret saying later. So you're saying she says things that dig deep and you can't really come back from.
I believe she could possibly be doing that, yes.
Now she's trying to talk like a lawyer. She's trying to do that double talk. So when I pin her ass in the, you say what now?
It's Congress. That's a congresswoman right there.
She said, yes, possibly she could be doing that. That is funny. A story to tell said her eye is twitching. Is her eye twitching?
That's
I'm so stressed.
Why are you stressed?
Stop touching me.
Stop rubbing my back. Stop rubbing my back. Don't touch me right now.
Oh, God. So y'all have any questions? Like, okay, so what else goes on with 20-year-olds and relationships and stuff like that? Hey, Trash Can Waves. What's going on, hon?
Cam.
He's finally back from that mean Steve blocking our baby. How dare he? I can't believe Steve did that. That was terrible. But so how do you feel about dating outside of your race? Like, are you into, because I'm into my Black men. I love Black men. And I'm not really at a point where I'm into crossing state lines just of yet. Like, how do you feel about interracial dating, or how do you feel about that?
I don't mind, honestly. I feel like I've definitely talked to guys from other races. I definitely prefer Black men at the end of the day, because I feel like whenever I talk to especially white men, I feel like it always gets weird. Like, it's always just kind of like, I don't think I've ever had talked to a man from another race and things haven't got weird. I don't know.
What do you mean by weird?
It's just always like just the way they talk is just kind of corny, and the way they try to go about things, especially when they, when they're trying to like try to be sexy, I guess. And I actually look at it and it's just like, ew. Like they're cool for dates, but I don't know.
Now, I've dated outside of my race, when I was much younger and stuff like that. And I couldn't do it today. If I was single today, I don't think I could do it. I don't think I would feel comfortable doing it. Back then, it never even crossed my mind not to do it. But today, in this climate, I don't see much. I couldn't see myself doing it.
Why not? Like, what's the difference between you were younger and what have you learned over the years?
The racial tensions are just very different.
Okay.
Like I remember when I was my last boyfriend before I met my husband was white, and I never even gave the fact that we were of different races a second thought. And even prior to dating him and other I dated one or two other white guys before him. I dated an Asian guy, never once did I give it much thought. But then when I was with him one day in a restaurant, there was only another couple in the restaurant, and at least the side that we were on, and that white woman stared at us so hard. She was having such a hard time with the fact that we were there. And, that was the first time I really gave any thought to the fact that I was sitting here with a white guy, because I just didn't see him that way. And she just kept staring us down to the point where her husband told her to stop looking at us. That's how hard she was looking at us. And so with today's climate, there's so much animosity out there right now. You don't know who's genuine and who's not. We got true allies, and then we have people that really do hate us and would play the role long enough to get us alone, get us to trust them, and then, possibly do some nefarious crap to us. So I just wouldn't trust it nowadays. They just had a black woman pop up dead after meeting some older white guy on Bumble.
Wow.
And there's no explanation for her death yet, and they're waiting on an autopsy. So I just can't play. I wouldn't play those games now.
Right. I mean, I know, like with the pandemic and especially with the Trump running for president and all this and all that. That's when I really realized who were my white friends who were really cool with me, and the ones who really felt like they were always superior to me. So everything with the pandemic and trying to look out for my brothers and sisters to everyone's trying to get Trump back in office, and and then this air superiority. It was very, very disappointing. So I can see why you're saying it's a difference now. Samsia, you think you funny? Blink 2 times for yes. Yeah, my daughter, she can do whatever. To me, you're pretty, great cheekbones and natural look. It's a cultural.
Look at that pretty teeth, girl. Show them again.
It could be a fetish. Let me see. I know hot white men.
Oh, I will say, like, a lot of the white guys who approach me, especially like dating apps and stuff like that, it's always like something. Because I feel like I have a pretty good. Because I don't meet with a lot of guys. I only meet with people I feel like I would have like a good time with, or I feel like it's safe. I feel like I don't want to say I'm a good judge of character because I am 21, but I do think I'm a fairly good judge of character. And a lot of the white guys I meet, I definitely 99%, I don't have a good vibe from them, especially because a lot of them will come, they'll say something crazy. Well, not crazy, but just something silly. Like, I love chocolate women. Like, it's just, come on. Or I love black women. Y'all have the best bodies. That's not how you say hello. It's clear you don't think of me as a person. That's not how you would speak to a person.
There you go, girl. I love that. I love the way you think. But yeah, that's a fetish right there, and that's immediately oh hell no. Yeah, we're not playing that game.
Right. Let me see. Bernie wants to know, what do you think about Latinos?
I like Latinos. I mean, I don't really. Never mind. Yeah, I've talked to Latinos. I like them. I'm not gonna say best with. But
Mhm.
yeah, I've talked with some Latinos. The personalities are usually pretty good. The ones I've talked to.
Okay. Ryan Harris, hello. He said had to switch to another account. Ryan, is that you Ways? No, that's no, Ryan Harris and Trash Can Waves are two different people, Bernie. Yeah, so I'm waiting to hear. I want to hear it. I want someone to come up on panel. I want someone to share their first time story, actually, or if y'all have any questions or anything about, like Ryan Harris. I believe he's like a younger man. How does he feel about marriage or not? Hey, a story to tell. How are you? Oh, he's not ready
I'm
yet.
doing good.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm doing good.
I wasn't ready for that.
That actually was kind of like, whoa.
I know. They go straight to the woo.
Cut it out. Cut it out. Yeah. Yeah, your mom do. Yeah, your mom be wilding on here. You watching any of your mother's shows?
I don't. No, she doesn't. Shut up.
That's good. That's
You
good.
never watched it before?
You said what, Kay?
Have you ever watched any of our shows before?
No. When I listen, like, because sometimes mom will do it, and I'm like somewhere, I'm like nearby. I don't really like to listen to it because when I just hear mom talk about certain things, it's just like
she says she don't want to hear about me talk about being the throat goat and stuff like that. So I'm not saying that.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I was like, why are you talking about being a throat goat? Like, you're making me mad.
Yeah, man. You can't be no throat baby in
That's
front of
something
your
I don't
baby.
like.
Traumatize our children with.
First of
I
all,
was even trying. I was looking at her. I was like, what's like? Come on.
So you don't care? I'm the throat goat.
No, Fish, we're not doing that.
'Cause if I said I was a throat goat,
We're not going viral for the wrong reasons. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, there will be a serious problem. I always joke
Right.
about her.
She'll burn that fake house to the ground in the background. Yeah. That
Okay.
piano.
Yeah, everything goes tumbling down.
The dog could have sat down.
The dog's flying, the shit falling down. Yeah, it'd be a fucking mess in here, yo. Let's clarify that.
Run back there and play the piano.
Shay, don't come over here talking all this trash now. Shoot.
I saw it happen already. So.
He said, burn that fake house down. So, Jay, how was your first
Got
time?
something to tell her. What's up?
Yeah. Wait till marriage, yo. Wait till marriage.
So
If you can.
now here's a young man, and he's saying, if you can, which you should be able to wait until marriage. Now, why do you say that? How do men think? Like, why are you saying that?
That's like a renegade now. Like being a virgin now is like a renegade. It's like the opposite. The world just flipped upside down, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the renegade was the little fast girl that did all the tricks, that knew everybody. You know what I mean? Now it's like the opposite. And plus, you're not missing anything. You know, if I really felt like you, or if your family felt, your mother felt like you were truly missing something out here, like, the more you find out, the more you learn, like, the more it's going to jade you.
Okay.
And give you new things to expect. You know, like,
Okay.
I'm a believer in, like, I notice I used to be late to work every morning. Just follow me for a second. I used to be late to work every morning. I was late because I had so many clothes. You know, I had so many options. So I'm sitting there like trying this on. Nah, take the whole outfit off. Try this on, take the whole. I done tried on like 4 outfits. Where if I had like 2 outfits, it would be a quick decision, go to work. But really I was late because you have so many options. So what I'm saying is, the lack of options is not always a bad thing. You want to limit the amount of information that you're intaking in that arena. because it'll just open you up to something and you'll be chasing that horse. You know what I mean? Like,
You're saying if you don't know what good dick is like, lame dick might feel good.
I mean, but
Yes.
what is life about though? You know what I mean? Like, that's why I was asking. The question I asked is like, what is the metric though? You know what I mean? Because Kay, you can honestly say that because you've lived life, so you can make the discernment between what's good, what's bad, what's decent, what you could live with, what you can't live with. What is her metric?
Yeah, no. Okay.
So you're asking her what's her metric for what she considers a good man, or were you asking? You saying?
Well, no, like earlier when Kay was like, you don't want to wait till you get married and find out it's bad. Like, what's bad?
Oh, what's
To a
bad
person,
dick?
But I feel
to a
like just
person.
because I feel like just because you've never had something before doesn't mean you won't know when it's bad. Like,
That's-
of course, I'm not gonna know it's bad, but when I'm in it and I'm doing it, it's just like I'm like, well, ouch. Like, and then of course the first time, ouch. But I'm gonna be thinking the fourth, fifth time, okay, this is not getting good. And you already know from what people are saying, it should be somewhat good.
People are
So,
crazy.
well,
People is
No,
should it
crazy.
not be
So,
good?
my first time, I knew I was getting some good stuff. Okay,
how?
once we got past the pain, it was like, okay, are you serious? Like that's what I've been missing. Ah, shit now. You know what I'm saying?
You make it sound good.
So, okay, so that's a good. So, how did you know what you
Because
were
my
getting for the
body
first time?
enjoyed it. So you can't tell me there's anything on earth better than that out there. I don't need to go experiment to find out if there's something better out there, because what I had that time was good. It was really, really good. So I didn't need to go find 30 million more to test and see if there's something better. I didn't need anything better. It was awesome.
Okay. Okay.
So
I mean,
But
but if it had been lame, I would have known it was lame.
I'm about to mute Kasha. But from a
I know, I'm like, wow, she's really saying some good stuff.
but from a man's perspective, because Tamia, that you like I said, you won't do well with, you don't have the temperament to deal with the nuances of men acting this way and acting that way, and you know what I'm saying, you like, but anything with love and relationships is is a variable. You just don't know how. It's not 100%.
Period.
Right. But but from a man's perspective, you're saying that she would be appreciated more if she had the self-control not to have sex, or what are you saying, Jay?
yeah, she would. She would, and then she would build up, a trait to be able to identify who really wanted her. You know what I mean? Because when you start entering that into a relationship, your mind plays tricks on you. You
Right.
start
And
to
that's why
choose
I'm not having
people
sex.
because
Right.
of that. You start to choose people because of that. You start to look at other gifts that they have, or you overlook nonsense because of that. Whereas if you're not missing that, you'll easily just be like, okay, no, he's not it. But you'll be able to identify something different because your mind, that's not even a factor.
Right.
That's not even a factor. And I'm sure your mom and Kay, they can give you tips on how to identify what might or might not be right in that arena if you need to know. You know what I mean?
But I feel
I
like
do
you
want to
said,
answer
like,
something. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
okay, sorry. I was just saying, I feel like you keep saying like I'm gonna be appreciated more, and I feel like more times than not, it's not really appreciated. I feel like I've gotten the same sentiment for most guys I'm with. I've never told a guy I'm a virgin, and he's like, "Yay!" Like it's more like, "Here we go." And I know it's maybe because they're not serious about this, that's not that. But I feel like the sentiments of most guys is they want to try it out before they decide to be with the girl. So I was just saying to that. But honestly, I genuinely don't really think men's approval should be a basis for me wanting to have sex or not. Because at the end of the day, if I really wanted to, I could lie up and down and tell every guy I'm a virgin. I only have one body. I have 1, 2 bodies. So if it's minutes of approval, that's not really an issue. But I don't really think that should be the basis for the things I choose to do. If I just want to have sex, I'm not gonna have sex for. If I'm gonna have sex at this point, it's definitely not gonna be for a man. Because I've had a lot of guys try to pressure me for that. I'm just gonna have sex because I want to try it.
And I don't think the appreciation won't come now. It won't come at this age, because right now, with at that age, guys are thinking about one thing. Yeah, we wake up ready to, and that's our mission. It's like, oh, I gotta go to class. All right, man. After class, back to the mission. You know what I mean? Like that is our mission. Everything else is just kind of requested within that mission. Like, all right, I'm gonna go to class. I'm gonna look for ass. I'm gonna get something to eat. Back looking for ass. That's we literally wake up and that's our mission.
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna answer some chat.
Like this party.
So,
I hope.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm listening.
I'm sorry. Cynthia says that I could have been lucky. Some don't experience that. Oh, most don't experience that. I do realize that I was lucky. I was just making the point that okay. I was just basically saying that, if it's lame, you'll know. You don't have to have had previous experience to know that this is not good. That's all I was saying on that.
I like what Vega says.
What do you mean I'm an admitted renegade? What does that mean?
Yeah, I was wondering, yeah.
They said that earlier.
The priest asked about the forever rose. Yes, the forever rose, honey. The forever rose. And how old is he? He's about 35 and he is divorced. Let me see. Was there anything else I needed to answer in there? I completely agree. Chasing it first. It doesn't say.
Crazy factor.
Yeah, Vega. I don't think sleeping around is the answer either. I totally agree. I'm quite pleased with myself as well on that one. It's definitely not a goal in life to end up with a whole bunch of miles on that ass, because you can't get them off once they're on. You can't roll back the odometer. So that's why I said ask for the gift of discernment, so you can choose wisely. And hopefully, hey, you might luck up on the first try, but you might not. So definitely don't want to be locked into marriage if it ain't gonna be good. I'm just saying.
Well, Beatrice said, pray on it, honey. Let me say, Tamia will hire UK if her husband doesn't give her the big O within 3 months of marriage.
Within 3 months? Yeah. By the time the honeymoon is over with, you need to know. By the look at my whole honeymoon.
I know, right? You say you could have been lucky, Kay. Some don't have the same experience. Oh, it could have been lucky. To me, set your expectations low for your first time.
Trust me, I'm very scared.
Yeah.
You say, oh gosh, I was behind on the stream commenting. Sorry for the random comments. No, you're fine, Beatrice.
We're so good. We got it together.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I mean, it's so timely. Very true. Maintain that innocence. Being turned out is a thing. Yes. So, I mean, to me, so how do you feel about? Oh, Larry, I have my headphones like this on purpose so she can hear me. Let me see. Oh shit! Hold on.
Just leave it alone.
Okay, so you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe turn it to the back so it won't be as crazy looking. I did it when I thought I was ready, and I wish I would have waited until marriage. Why is that, Beatrice? See, what was it that went on that made you want to wait until you're married? Thank you, Larry. That's awesome, Larry. I don't like calling you not so awesome. I just want to call you awesome.
Awesome, Larry. Yeah, let's just call him Awesome Larry.
Yeah, true. So, Jay, tell us about your first time.
I'm waiting on this story. He holding us out.
No, because
first of all, Jay, you talking real good, like you want to be a stepdaddy.
Why she do this, Kay? Why she do this all the time?
I'm just saying, you talking so
virtual-
good, like you know
A
what I'm
virtual
saying?
stepdaddy.
Yeah, you the YouTube stepdaddy.
Right. You just pull me up on the screen, yo. Let me tell her
How people have
what
their
it
work
is.
husband. You YouTube daddy.
Exactly. Yeah,
YouTube.
Jay is your new YouTube daddy. Okay.
She flip open a laptop, yo, and I tell you about yourself. I tell you about these boys.
What's going on? What's going on?
Nah. But no, it was terrible. Like honestly, I didn't even feel
What?
like I broke my virginity when it first happened. Like I really didn't even
Okay.
count
How
it.
old were you, first of all?
I was 16, and I actually
Okay.
was visiting down here. It was one summer when I was visiting.
Oh yeah,
down
the
here. I had a
South. The
little-
South is good. South is good for that, honey, because ain't nothing else to do. But go ahead.
Oh man, I used to love the South. They used to ship me down here in the summertime.
Ship you down
And
here.
had Yeah, little neighbor. You know, we had a crush on each other. Used to write each other, and
Aw.
How
you
old
know,
was he?
fun. She was 2 years younger, a year younger.
Okay.
And you know, so we would write each other. And one night we was on the front porch, yo.
On the front porch.
Yeah, the front porch. It was like later. It was pitch dark. You know, the screen thin front porch.
Mhm.
Okay.
So
Screened in.
He was sitting
Yeah.
on, he was
Out
sitting
on
on
the
the
porch.
stoop, girl. It's closed in. Go
yeah,
ahead.
so you know, I had been waiting and anticipating. So you know, I was on the other end of your
Mhm.
story. You know what I mean? I was the terrible part of somebody's story. She probably went like, and of course, so you know, literally, yo, it was like, you know, when you were younger and you were lighting those firecrackers with the short wick. It was like, you
Okay.
know, I was in there and then pop, just, you know, we sitting on the porch, we watching TV, then we start, you know, hunching or whatever. And I was like just super excited. Got in there,
Okay.
Oh, did you bust a nut dry humping?
pop. No. Well, we got the bottoms off. So we sitting
Okay.
up there, you know, bottoms off like Winnie the Pooh.
Don't make it sound so sweet and nasty at the same time. You confusing me with the Winnie the Pooh.
Okay. Go ahead. Pan
I
them
mean-
on. I got it in.
And I mean, literally got it in, and it was literally like
Over.
maybe 6. Yeah, maybe 6. As much as I
6
could
pumps, 6
explain it,
seconds.
I could explain it like a firecracker with a short wick, yo. Like the minute you light it, pop, and it just exploded in my hand.
Dang. Dang. Did you even get all the way in? Did you even break her cherry?
I don't know. I don't think I was. I don't
You don't
think
know
I
what's
was
going
it.
on.
No. I don't even think I was it. I'll be honest with you. She was from the South, so I don't
Oh,
know what
so
she was
she's
doing
young,
down here when
okay.
I was in New York. Yeah, when I was in New York, ain't no telling. But
Wow.
so I ain't even really. So in my head, I didn't even count it really. You know what I mean? But of course, I went
Okay.
back to New York and told a lie. Like, oh hell yeah, I held it down. I got up in that thing, tore that up.
Yeah.
And that was a main thing I told my daughter too about, like, you know, I was trying to deter her from having sex in high school. I was
Right,
like,
you told me that so young.
yeah, I know, right? I was like,
I'm in 6th grade.
yeah, because I was playing. I was like, don't even waste your time and your energy having sex, you know, before even getting to college, because those boys, they don't know what's going on. That's all they gonna do is just use you up, try to figure it out, and then that's that. And
And
then
they
you have
talk about me.
yeah, and then talk about you.
That stuck with me.
Talk about
Yep.
it. That's what my
And
daddy
we
said.
will lie. We will
Right,
lie. Y'all tore that
exactly.
thing up, and we
Yeah,
ain't
ain't
do
no man
nothing.
walking around talking
We ain't
about
even get a hug.
I pre-came. No man is saying that. No man is saying that. That's how their sexual experience has been. So every man lies on his dick and says that his dick was doing things it wasn't doing.
And so how did she respond to you afterwards?
I mean, she didn't. I don't think she knew better because I'm sure she probably still moved on when I left. You know, she called the roster back up, and it was politics as usual. Yeah. You
Okay,
know?
so let's talk about rosters because that's like a thing that like do you understand what rosters are? Like what they mean by that?
Yes.
Like what do you know about rosters? Like what do you think it is?
A roster of women
Mm-hmm.
that you're either talking to or have had sex with.
Mm-hmm. And so, Jay, like, how often do men have rosters? Are there any good men out there that just won't have a roster? They just believe in dating one woman at a time and just done, you know, and want quality or what?
I mean, it depends what age they are. You
Mm-hmm.
know, if they're young, like we are advised, we are raised to have a roster. You know, we are
Oh,
raised by
really?
the street. Yeah, I mean, maybe not. You know, my pops was like so much older. He didn't do
Mm-hmm.
that, but the streets, you know, the older kids in the streets, the music, you know, you was a punk if you ain't have a roster. Oh, you only got one girl. You know, you sitting here
Wow.
bragging about one girl, and they make you feel
Said
like,
to my son before.
huh?
That's been said to my son before when he had a girlfriend. You know, he was faithful. You know, like, man, you just doing one chick? Like,
Yeah,
did they do
it's
that?
crazy.
Honestly, I don't think that's too crazy though. 'Cause I feel like technically even I have a roster. I don't really believe in dating one person at a time. I feel like you should. Yeah, it's kind of a waste of time. If we're not together, then there's no point in only talking to you. So yeah, sometimes it ends up I'm only talking to one guy at a time because I usually only like one guy at a time. But I'm not gonna let a guy I'm not committed with hold me back from finding my husband.
But see, you're not shamed for lack of roster. You know, it's not like your friends be like, "What girl? You dealing with him?" Nah, here's
I feel
five.
like
You need to
it
call
kind
him
of
up.
is. Like my friends, when I like really sit down and talk to a guy and like they want to go to the club and they want to do this and that, and like you're really not gonna talk to any other guy when there's guys with more money out here. Like I feel it's kind of the same. Like your friends just
Like,
always kind of want you to do better.
so they'll shame you. They'll shame you about the type of guy or the number of guys.
I mean, so the numbers like you really only talking to one guy and y'all not even together. Like just stuff like that. Like it's not really shaming because I don't feel like in any of these situations it's really shaming, but like you know they're just kind of getting on you, clowning you a little bit.
And I have to
Yeah,
say, I catch myself. I have a guy that I work with. You know, he's like one of the younger technicians, and you know, him and his little young. He's like 20, and his little girlfriend and him have problems. And I'm thinking, okay, move on. Like this is the only chick you have. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, no, but I love
exactly.
her, and you know, I'm like. Oh, okay. And I'm thinking, why am I hating on this girl? This girl got this little young boy stressed over her oneself, and I'm over basically hating. So I did, you know, I was like, okay, yeah, you should work it out. But I don't know. How do you feel about that, Kay? About
I don't
rosters?
understand the question. About
You
well, we
know,
already discussed
when they're
that.
young, when they're young.
I think if you're not in a committed relationship, I don't see a problem with you dating multiple people. I do have a problem with the terminology roster, but but if you're single and you're being honest with everybody you're dealing with, so at the end of the day, it's about the honesty for me. Is you can't have everybody thinking that they're the one and only person you're seeing and that you're actually committed to that person. But if you're honest and you tell people what's going on, then they have the option to make an informed decision as to whether or not they want to be a part of that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So as
And we're not
long as
even
you're
taught
honest
how to
about it.
tell the truth. You
Hmm?
know, like we weren't even taught how to tell the truth. You know what I mean? It almost
Right.
felt like we had to lie because we weren't instructed. Like, no, tell the truth. Like that will work way better than lying and having to bust cartwheels, you know, behind some bleachers because you with somebody you're not supposed to be with. Like,
Right.
Let me see. Vega said it also peels your energy off the you man you do like, and it doesn't put too much pressure on him. So she was referring to women having their roster as well. And I believe she was saying something about right here. She says, I think if a woman wants to settle down, she needs to talk to more than one man to sift through the ones who aren't a match. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
until
mean,
you're in a committed relationship, I don't see the point of not dating multiple people.
I don't know, but Kay, what about if you were single at this point? I mean, like I don't have time to really be dating a bunch of different guys. I mean, I guess I could find time, but I don't even hardly, it's just hard to find one guy that's really worth the headache. You know what I'm saying?
Right?
You know, so like how if you were single, how would you at this juncture of your life, you know, how would you feel about having a roster of men and
I mean, I wouldn't have a roster of men I was sleeping with. But I would openly date until
Mhm.
I found one that I wanted to focus on.
Mhm.
Me personally, I could see myself going out on a whole bunch of first dates and never going on a second date because I'm not going to waste a whole bunch of time with you if I don't see it going anywhere.
Okay, right. And that's the main thing to me. How do you feel about, I mean, well, I guess in your 20s, it's no big deal to waste your time, right?
Honestly, because I kind of also agree with what Vegas said about how it peels your energy off the man you like. 'Cause
True.
I feel like I don't really like that many guys. So when I do find one I do like, because it's just I always want to talk to him. I always want to FaceTime him. And then I feel like that's also how you push a guy away because like you're doing too much. I feel like the other kind of just steal some time until you can finally decide to be together, I guess. I don't know. That's like when I find myself only talking to one guy, then it's just like I don't want to bombard him, but I'm also gonna be like bored if I'm not doing something else.
Yeah, when you do
Vegas
have one
said,
man, you do want to nag them.
Yeah, I always want to
Vegas
send a video.
said,
Like,
What'd you say, Kay?
Vegas said, I was told if you don't feel sexual attraction by date 3, let them go. Yeah, that was so iffy. That was so iffy because, like, I did not have a huge sexual attraction to my husband when I first met him. You know, it was just, he was cool. I was really loved just listening to him talk. I just found him extremely interesting because he was so intelligent. And the physical attraction came later. I think it came after we started, like what they call it in sex ed, heavy petting, when we started like seriously making out and that kind of stuff. But yeah, but I wasn't like, oh yeah, I can't wait to jump his bones. I wasn't thinking about him like that when I first met him. I really just saw him kind of as a great person to hang out with.
Okay. So
yeah,
y'all were basically friends.
Right off the door, huh?
So basically, you felt like y'all were friends.
Yeah, we were friends.
And I think that's something that we miss out on being older,
right?
Because you hear a lot of people saying you know marry your best friend. I'm not making any best friends at this late in the game,
Right.
just the way like you are who you are. But when you're younger, that's still open forum for you to meet somebody that is genuinely like your best friend. There's still like 10 or 15 years to build on something and get to the point where you're like, you know what? We can do this. Like we can get married. And it is true that we are good friends with, but now I think it's hard to find somebody to build a friendship with at this age and then consider a marriage.
Yeah, because you really don't want to give that kind of time. I mean, yeah, and I'm at the point. I'm not trying to find friends. I'm just not doing it. I want someone who is like-minded. I mean, if it should happen to fall into that, whatever. But I do want someone who knows what they want. Shit. I like what Ron Harris said. He said that roster thing doesn't exist for the average man. Now that's not true because there are plenty. I mean, it's just about having a game, right, Kay? Or what do you think about that?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Ryan Harris was saying that roster thing doesn't exist for the average man. What do you feel about that?
I don't think so either.
Really? Average men have rosters all the time, right?
I do believe that the average man has 1 or 2 women that they're having sex with simultaneously. There are some men that are, that have 10 women on standby at all times, but I don't think that that's the average man. I think the average man is in that 1 to 2 range. So 1 or 2, is that considered a roster?
Yeah, I think anything
Yeah.
over one is a roster, right?
Yeah,
What?
I think so. But when you're younger, you have more time to devote to a roster. You go out more. You actually looking for it. You're looking to meet new people. But yeah, the average man, when you get to a certain age, like you have your routine. So unless somebody just pops into those routines, you're not really finding a bunch of people to put on the roster.
Ross said that polygamy is the future.
Yeah. Okay. Where does that say? Let me see. Oh,
1101.
let me see. Oh, you talking about? Let me see. True feelings can change. You said 1101.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, polygamy is the future. Wow. Camille, how do you feel about polygamy? And like, are you guys your age? Are they trying to have multiple girlfriends and get everyone to accept it at this young age? Or because this is what the foolishness that men my age are trying to do. So are the young men doing that too, or what?
I don't think they have gotten that diluted yet.
Mhm.
Honestly, do you think that's a viable option for them?
Because they don't have the money for
They
it.
don't have the money. So maybe once they get a little more pocket change, maybe. But I don't see really that many guys supporting it either. I can't see that many girls going for it.
I don't know. Right now, these chicks are getting a little desperate.
Yeah, this be
When
the
you
best
hit
time to
30
get
and
them.
you haven't gotten your first proposal yet, it makes you a little nervous.
I'd rather just live with my friends at that point.
You see, Beatrice, when we were young, men used to include women they exchange phone numbers with as a part of their roster. You
True.
see, Ross says men are naturally polygamous. Women are naturally hypergamous. Monogamy is a discipline that is trained into a person's mindset or is taken up by someone who truly wants commitment. What do you think about that?
I get what they're saying because I guess women can only have one baby and men can have multiple. I think a lot of things are natural. But
How do you feel about hypergamy?
Like dating up.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be preferable, of course. I would love to date up if I could, but I'm not really going. I plan on being at a good place in my life. So if the man I'm with is at the same place as me, I wouldn't mind that.
Okay. Hey, before the billions, how are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you guys doing?
All right.
Hey.
So you're a young man in your 20s, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
So tell me about all these young girls in their 20s. How do they think like my daughter, or is she capping, or what you thinking?
It is different, right? Yeah, especially since I live in Atlanta, so it's gonna be a little bit different over here.
Yeah.
It will be over there. I don't know where you guys are.
In Atlanta, there's a roster.
Yeah, so for the billions, how did you end up so calm natured and focused in your 20s? Because I don't know about y'all in my 20s. Okay, I mean, you were a mother and everything. I was a mother too, but my mind was not focused. Okay, not. So how did you, I'm not sure, Jay, how you were in your 20s, but how did you get to this point before the billions to be so calm nature that we can see of and focused, and you're happy with your one girlfriend, you don't care about rosters or all the other foolishness?
Yeah, it's funny that you asked that. I was just on Trash Cans Ways panel, and I was talking about how I grew up, and I said it earlier in the chat that I grew up in the hood, but not of the hood. Like I wouldn't consider myself hood, but the reason why is because I grew up mostly with my grandparents, and with that being said, it kind of gave me that old soul. Like when you were playing that music,
right?
You were like, "What you know about this?" I was like, "Yeah, I know
exactly. What do you know about all that old stuff I was playing? My prom music and stuff."
Yeah, but yeah, that's pretty much in it. It could just be that personality wise, like my little brother, he's a complete opposite of me.
Oh, really?
My little brother, he's not hood or anything, but he trying to act like he got gold teeth and he got the gold grill. He trying to sag his pants and stuff like that, and he's taller than me though, but like he's different, and he got a temper.
Uh-huh.
So more than I do, and we grew up different though because we have different moms.
Mm-hmm.
So same dad, different moms, and you know, with that being said, I think that's really why just how we grew up.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, that's it. He didn't really have his grandparents, you know, teaching them. Like I tell you this, my
The
granddad,
foundation. Mm-hmm.
yeah, my granddad and my grandma. My grandma was the breadwinner. Granddad, he really helped fix things around the house, and he was really calm and stuff like that. So I kind of grew up like that. And then
Okay.
my dad would teach me, okay, this is what, you know, everything that your granddad taught you was cool, like fixing up a house, being outside, and taking care of the lawn and stuff like that. But I'm gonna show you this is what you do in order to get a house and keep a house, and pretty much taught me that you have to work, and then kind of got me off my butt, and you know, gave me everything I needed to do in order to get where I am today.
All right. So, how do you feel about marriage? Is that something you would like to do in the next 6 months to a year, or you waiting into your 30s or 40s, or never, or like how do you feel about that?
Yeah, when it comes to marriage, I'm also waiting on everything just, you know, that makes sense, right?
Oh, you trying to get to them billions first?
I don't necessarily have to be in the billions first, but I gotta have, you know, my money set up where I can take care of a wife and kids. You know, I got people like I don't know if you know who Black Heights is, but he's another tech guy. He's talking about $100,000 ain't nothing, and I'm sitting here like, dang, I gotta get to that. I gotta get past $100,000. You know, trying to get to the billions, but I gotta get past that $100,000.
Right.
So I'm working on it now, and you know, then it's also things where I got to make sure that, you know, everything will just make sense. You know,
Right.
I know I have my girlfriend now, and she's just not getting out of college, and you know, I haven't been out of college that long either.
Right.
So it's kind of early to just go ahead and get married as soon as you get out of college. Like, okay,
But people do it all the time, though.
I know, right?
Especially white people, they'll be married straight out of college.
Yeah,
Is that still happens with you notice that, Tamia?
Yeah, I've seen some.
Mm-hmm.
But then the difference
more
to
than
me,
black people for sure.
It's different to me because my family and you know, like my family isn't set up like how a white family is set up.
Right.
You know, white family set up like, oh yeah, you know, mom and dad together, and they got their assets, and they got multiple houses and stuff like that. You know,
right? Yeah.
Take care of nobody. With me, I got to take care of my mom and help her pay her bills and stuff like that. And you know, I had to kind of help out.
Right.
And my mom is sick, so it's different. Like, and then she's single.
Right.
So
Okay.
Help. So to
That's
me,
good.
it's gonna be like, my family did. You know, I don't have no money in my family. My girlfriend, you know, I ain't gonna put her business out there or anything like that. But my family isn't white either. You know, I'm with a black woman, so she's not gonna be set up to where.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. You know we love that here. Go ahead.
Right. So she's got set up like, oh yeah, my family got a whole bunch of assets and we rich and stuff like that. Like neither one of us are well to do. So
would that made any difference if she was? If she was like a millionaire, would that make your mindset any different on wanting to get married or what?
Yeah, it would. In the sense that, okay, let's say this, right? That my family was well to do, her family was well to do. Then you get married to bring those two families together.
Okay.
That's really what I see that marriage is. And then, you know, they also say like, okay, when you're talking about a wedding, then who's supposed to pay for the wedding? Right. You know, traditionally, it's supposed to be the bride's father. Right. But then I wouldn't want to put that, you know, that weight on our current situation. Right?
Okay.
So it would be like, I'm going to have to set some things up first before I can move forward.
Okay. So a story to tell. How do you feel about marriage? What's your like timeline? Because you're not in your 20s. So what is your timeline?
You said that was some shade.
You're not in your 20s. I mean, it is what it is. Come on now, you're a
Hey,
dude,
don't
so
be
you know it really don't
talking
matter. Okay, I mean, come on,
It
let's stop
sound a little shady though.
Yeah,
Well, I'm just saying, in comparison to we have a
What I
younger
heard
man,
was
we have
we
a
got a
younger
young
man.
man and an old man. That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Yeah, pretty much. Nah, I mean,
Well, I'm not really sure
wasn't-
how old you are. A story to tell. So, I mean, I know you're not in your 20s, though. I do know that much. So, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, unfortunately, you know, I can't just pull a person out of thin air and make a marriage
Mhm.
happen. You know, they have to be around. Or I have to be out there,
Okay.
which I'm not currently out there. So, you know,
Mhm.
when I get back out there, I'll tear the block up.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Get out there? Or what are you talking about? What do you break that down?
You know, start going out more. Start, you know, my friends
Okay.
invite me.
So
Like,
you're
there's
saying
a
you're not in the
couple-
market for a wife. You're not in the market for a wife at all.
Not at this current moment.
Have you ever been in the
I
market
do
for a
want to
wife?
be married. Absolutely.
Have you ever? You have
And
been
it
in the
didn't
market
go-
for a wife.
Right, and it just didn't go well. It just
Mhm.
crashed and burned. You know,
Okay.
could be my. You know, I could have been the problem. You know, and in other situations, they could have been the problem. But you know, I've had those thoughts in my head, and it just didn't actualize. You know, they didn't turn into what I thought it was going to be. So, you know, I'm back out here.
Mm-hmm.
Back in these streets.
Back at I'm not
he's
actively in
chilling
these
right now.
streets, but it's gonna be a problem when I do though. Drop about
Let me see.
drop about 40 pounds, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh. So are
Y'all will
these
see
all
me on
cop
TV.
are these all cop outs, or I mean, or what? Sound like you just, I don't know. What do y'all think? To me, when you hear a man talk about he got to do this and do that before you get married, do you think that's more of a cop out, or you think that's something
That's not
genuine?
focus to me.
So, that's what I was about to say. She told him to focus.
Preach,
Focus.
Focus to me.
preach. Look at her. But she
If it
ain't want to
wasn't
hear
like
that.
being
You see her
crazy for like
face?
8 years. If it wasn't 8 years, but if it was like a year, he's like, oh, yeah, I got some things I need to do 1st.
Mhm.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
Because don't tie that to me.
Right.
Yeah, we got to see all this.
She's speaking facts. Don't tie that to me. Meaning, when I come into the equation, don't blame me for what did or didn't happen in your personal life or what achievements you didn't take care
Yeah.
of because I was, because I was around.
Yeah, if we divorce, half that debt's not mine.
Sia asked the question. She said, the marriage brokerage firm, did you find it necessary to pay attention to the type of friends that she had as an adolescent?
I don't think so.
She ain't had no
I think you know
fast
you be
friends.
with everybody.
You said what, Jay?
So you let her be friends with the young, what you call it, throat goats or throat baby?
I mean, I let her. I mean, I can't. I learned it's human nature. You can't control what people do, per se, because it would, especially when you're dealing with an adolescent. So I think I was very crafty on how, and I was very communicative with. I like to think, even with my marriages and everything, and what went wrong and stuff. I think I've been very communicative on what's right, what's wrong. Your mama be wilding, I shouldn't have done this and that. I think I've been very honest with her. So I guess my point is, even with her friends, if it's somebody I wasn't crazy about, I'll give her a cautionary tale of, okay, now this type of chick is going to do this type of thing, or this type of, what I'm saying? I was always really real with her,
She's gonna steal
and then,
your man in 5 years.
Exactly. So, exactly. And so, so with that being said, she'll come around and even be like, oh, Mom, you remember when you said such and such would happen? That actually did happen, so she kind of trusted my wisdom from there and went accordingly, I think, so I never really had any major issues or anything like that with her and her friends,
So
probably that one time. But
So y'all didn't go through that "I love him" stage, yo, where she was ready to just throw the whole family away for some dude, you know? You know, every family go through
no.
that, yo. Some girl, but I love him. They ready to throw the whole family away. Throw
Gotta
mom,
be like
dad,
that.
Exactly.
siblings in the trash, yo, for this dude.
Right. Yeah. I never know. No. She's always been very level headed and and I think this is like I said, being very, very straight up and I've made a lot of mistakes or whatever. But I never
We all
tried
do.
to. Right. Yeah, we all do. But being married 3 times, I mean, that was a little crazy. Okay. I mean, but I was, I think she saw things for this perspective. She understood, and understood me, and she knows what's right from wrong, and I let her know what's right from wrong. So, um, yeah. I never was the type of mother that tried to be in her high horse like she don't do nothing wrong. Because I think that aggravates the situation. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, you think I'm bullshitting or what?
No.
Clear and concise.
So as men, what do y'all look for when y'all dating? Just to give, a young woman some perspective. Like, see, these are two Black men who got their stuff together.
Level head.
And you said what? Yeah, level headed. So that's why I wanted you also to come on stream tonight, to kind of give a different perspective because, we in a dirty South. So, that's all we know is dirty South men. Okay. And even though y'all from the dirty South too, so to speak, but there is still different ways of thinking and doing things, So like, what do y'all look for in women these days? And have y'all given up on women? Like, all this Instagram models and all these broke goats and and
I let Before the Billions go because I mean I think it's different depending on your age.
Yeah,
okay.
man, different.
So what was it about your girlfriend
Break up.
Before the Billions that made you want to make her your girlfriend when you are in Atlanta, Georgia? You can have literally a different girlfriend every day and they will all be on your roster. What made you be like, you know what? This is the woman that I want to actually claim as my girlfriend.
It's funny. You might be talking about somebody else when you talk about a roster.
But you're in Atlanta, Georgia. Could you not have a roster easily if you wanted to in Atlanta, Georgia?
Not everybody can have a roster. I mean, like that. I think somebody said that in the chat earlier. It's like well, for the average person, especially for the average man, they're not gonna have just a roster of women. I mean, just kind of how it is. There's plenty of women out there, but it's not necessarily like you just gonna. Oh yeah, I got like 10 folks. You know what I mean?
They after
Okay.
the same guys.
Really?
So the thing is that what happened with my girlfriend and I is that my girlfriend pretty much chose me, right? She was like, so we went out to a friend's birthday party,
Mm-hmm.
and I knew my friend. I didn't know any of her friends, so it was a mutual friend of ours. I ended up saying hey to my friend, and I ended up saying hey to her friends, and then she said, "Hey, do you have a girlfriend?" I was like, "No, I don't." And then we just started talking, and then she became my girlfriend after like a month.
Really? So she just told
Month
you gonna be my man, or how did that work?
You
What do you
know,
mean?
is that
Ain't that right, bud?
she always tells me that that I. She actually called me now. Hold on, I'm gonna call her back in a second. So
Yeah, don't mess up now.
yeah, right. But so what happened was I don't know if I had asked her to be my girlfriend or not at first,
Okay.
but she just said, "Oh yeah, you had asked me before." I was like, "Wait, what? When did I ask you?"
That's what I'm talking about. I love that.
So then she said, "Okay, you can ask me now." And I was like, "Okay." Then I asked her to be my girlfriend, and she said, "Okay, cool." So ever since then, we just been together. But what we look for in a girlfriend is that okay, do you have a lot of debt? right? Do you have a lot of debt? We like, okay, no, we don't. We were looking for somebody who does not have a lot of, like student loan and personal debt and stuff like that. Because
Mm-hmm.
when you talking about dating for marriage, you don't want to have that tied to you, right? Just like we said
Right.
earlier. But then also, are you playing like, when you're in school, what kind of major do you have? Because if you have a major that's maybe art history, then you go, okay, you know what? You have a lot of that, and you have an art history degree, so that means I'm gonna have to work extra hard to kind of pay that off. And then we look at how she looks, of course.
Okay.
Okay, does she
So
carry
you're
herself?
saying young men your age actually think about, how much student loans does she have? Like y'all think about stuff like that at that age?
Well, yeah, we look at
He's
that because
smart.
of course, if you just a guy who don't really care about finances or something like that, if you don't care about finances, then yeah, you probably not gonna care. But I'm
Okay.
somebody who actually does care about finances, and I take that highly because that's one of the top reasons why people get divorced.
Okay, right.
Yeah. See, I
So you
wish
don't
I
want to
was
go.
thinking.
Yeah,
I wish I was
you don't
thinking
want
like
to
that.
go ahead, Jay.
No. You finished. My fault.
Yeah. I was saying that you don't want to go into a relationship trying to get married, and then years down the line, you're like, okay, well now I gotta pay off all this stuff, and then she's not working or something like that.
Right. Because of that
You
hard
know,
history degree.
yeah, or she's like working a job, and then every day she tells you that she hates her job. You don't want.
Mm.
But also we look at how they look, but also do you love yourself, right? Because
Okay.
you have people who, talking about doing self-deletion, and then they be talking about, this actually happened. I was talking to a girl, and
Mm-hmm.
then she was talking about deleting herself, and then I was sitting here like, I was like, dang, like I felt bad because I felt like I was responsible for it, like why she felt that way. Then I found out that she was just joking. So I was like, okay, these folks are just crazy.
Okay.
But like you want somebody who's not going to do stuff like that
Right.
crazy stuff. Like I'm sure that Jay has probably come in contact with somebody who was crazy before, and then that's something that you want to avoid at all costs.
So y'all young guys, y'all men, y'all don't like y'all chicks nuts. I thought y'all liked y'all women crazy and high risk, right, Kay?
Nah, we training them up
Crazy
better
coochie is the best
nowadays, man.
coochie. That's what they keep telling us.
Yeah, what happened to the saying crazy coochie is the best coochie?
Nah, we training them up better, man. You see these,
Oh, so y'all don't believe in that no more.
You see these scars we got, man. We going to the young dudes and we're saying, yo, it's not worth it,
I'm
man.
tired of crazy.
Yeah, man.
It's
I didn't
not
know.
worth
I didn't already been stabbed before. I don't need to get stabbed again.
Who been stabbed?
Me and
Why?
this hand right here.
Why?
It's a long story.
Did you have a
Yeah,
roster?
save that for another time, man. Crazy.
Yeah, that's
Before the
Did you have a
billion,
roster?
did you have is it because of a roster?
No, I got stabbed by a guy.
Oh
He's
God.
actually one of my best
Over a girl?
friends.
Was there a woman involved at all?
No, it was no woman. It was
okay.
literally. Okay, I'll tell the story. So pretty much. So the story goes like this. I was this was back in like high school,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I was best friends with this guy. He was a Mexican guy.
Okay.
Right. So I had started like a friendship with. He was like first person I spoke to and stuff like that when I first came in. You know how important it is when you get that first person you speak to, and they friendly with you. That's like your best friend. And we were talking one day,
Mm-hmm.
and one day we was like, I don't know if we got into an argument or whatever it was, but whatever it wasn't important because I still don't remember it. But what happened was he ended up grabbing a pencil and he stabbed me in my hand, and I was like, oh my God, like I can't believe this, happened. And then I just remember there's a black guy behind me. He's like, man, don't cry. He's like, man, don't cry. I was looking at it. I was like, it hurt. But what hurt more is that my best friend had stabbed me. So then I was like, oh Lord, I'm about to fold. So I started crying. I was like, oh my God, I just got stabbed in my hand. Let me go ahead and run up to the front. So that way, you know, that's where the medical people were and stuff like that. So then later on, the resource officer asked me, like, oh, did they mean to stab you and stuff like that? And then I was like, nah, I don't know if they meant to stab me or not.
Okay.
Right? I ain't want them to go, you know, get into any more trouble or anything like that. It was already as serious as it can be. But yeah, that's what happened. Got stabbed by my best friend.
Okay. Sound like some who's that? What's that rapper name? Nelly.
I don't know.
Who's the kid?
Melly. Oh, the
Yeah,
shot hit his
YMW.
friends.
Yeah.
That dude was an idiot, yo. That dude
Right.
tried to stage the whole hit, yo.
I know.
YMW Melly, yeah, that's crazy.
Right.
And we all
Was
agree
good,
that
Sim.
Compton don't know what y'all talking about. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, them say-
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Some
No,
No,
Sia?
that was good, Sim.
Yeah,
We can't hear you.
Can you hear him?
Am I mute? No, he's not.
Can you
I don't have,
introduce him?
we can hear you, some Sia.
Oh, that's Cynthia. Okay.
No, we can't hear you.
Yeah, still can't hear you.
Well, guys, I gotta draw. Gotta get my girlfriend back. So
Oh yeah, honey. Oh yeah, go ahead. Well,
All right,
appreciate you
before
coming
the-
up.
Go
Thank you for meeting my baby girl. Appreciate it.
right, thank you guys.
Have a good
All
night.
right, brother.
Well,
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Cynthia,
we
we
still
still
can't-
can't hear you.
Dag, it's still muted, yo.
I don't know. Let me see. Let me make sure. I don't have him muted. Can I mute? Good, because they chose to mute. It's saying that he chose to mute himself.
Are you using like a Focusrite or something? Yeah, we still can't hear you. Okay.
Oh, he'll come back. But yeah. So, okay, how do
What
your
you
sons? Okay, what do your sons feel about marriage?
My son.
Do you talk to them about marriage and stuff? I mean, but y'all live marriage, you know. But like, do y'all ever have conversations about?
My son.
No.
Well, I tell you, my baby boy literally said that he wants what he's seen between his dad and I.
Wow.
So, but so that's what he's looking for. And as far as my other sons, they pretty much said the same thing without using those words. You know,
Okay.
looking for.
That's a blessing to
Looking
have
for
a
a wife.
marriage. That's a blessing to have a
Well,
marriage. To have, you know,
They
to have a
both
marriage.
want to be married.
Yeah, I mean, they're young men. They're like, you know, young. So for them to already know, because a lot of times as young men, I'm not sure if y'all can agree, Samsia and Jay, as young men, y'all don't really think about wanting to get married at a young age, right?
That's not necessarily true, yo.
Okay.
We were sold on that. That's what we're initially taught. You know what I mean? Like, find a woman, court her, you know, be that knight in shining armor. And then it just didn't work. And then I got hurt and I cried and I just held myself.
Man, I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Anyway, hi,
No.
Samsia. How you doing? We still can't hear you.
Yeah, that's
No.
crazy, yo.
I know, that's so weird. That is so super weird.
I think he might have us muted and be. You can hear us?
I think, yeah, he can
He
hear
can
us, but we
hear us,
can't
but we
hear
can't hear
him. Okay. All right.
You read his lips. Yeah, you read them.
Right. Yeah. Because I'm usually deaf, so I'm good at reading lips. Let me see.
But yeah, so we are told that, you know, we do look for that. I mean, I don't think to the extent that y'all, you know, that y'all do, but we think about it. We probably think about the age. I thought about the age. I thought I was probably going to get married at like 28, 29. You
wow.
know, because my sister is 11 years older than me.
Okay.
She doesn't have any kids. You pressure on me like, oh, if you don't have no
Uh-oh.
kids. I want my parents to experience that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like being grandparents. I want to get that free child care, you know, to the age of like 6. So I ain't got to pay like
Right.
$1,200 a month.
Right.
Trying to
Right.
get that. So I want them to, so, you know, yeah, so I thought
But
about
here's
all
the
that.
problem. So, okay, as Tish pointed out earlier, you're in your 30s, I'm assuming. And so what age group are you even considering when it comes to making someone your wife? Because, you know, y'all can put out kids forever, but women can't. So, you know,
Yeah,
are you looking for a woman in your same age group, or are you looking for someone younger?
Nah, I think now I
So
have
that
to
35, let's just say 35. If you put 35 out there as the range you're looking at, you don't have a whole lot of time to play with. We gotta get from first date to marriage rather quickly, so we can pop out that first date.
Yeah, nah, I'm
He
40.
probably wants someone my daughter's age.
No, come on,
Have
fam.
time to piss
a
around
baby.
for like 20 years.
Come on, fam. Stop playing with me. Like, nah.
I'm talking in their 20s, like, you know, 20s.
Nah. I would say 30. That would be the lowest I went.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
40.
Be the
I'm
highest.
40. 30 would be the lowest I go.
32.
And what would be the highest you would go?
The highest?
32.
Nah. 37, 36, 37.
32.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I would, you know, and I make it known, you know, which I have in the past. Like, yo, I want to have a kid, but I mean, I'm actually glad that I didn't with the past few situations, you know.
Right.
I'm glad, you know, I don't know whether I was shooting them blanks off or what, but no kid came out. It should have, but nothing happened. So I was like, whew.
Well, y'all rolling the dice out there for real. Whew.
Yeah, no, like I wanted a kid, but nothing happened, you know. So I was just like,
well, God was looking out for you.
Exactly, yo.
He said, "Nah, this ain't what you want, shorty. This ain't
right.
Yeah, nah, bro, you do not want this, mom."
Think this was
right. Hey, OG Patrice, how you doing, girl? This is my daughter, and so we're talking about marriage and all that good stuff. And Kay known her since before she was even out my tummy. So yeah, we just talking to 20-year-olds about marriage and love and all that good stuff. To me, at your age, do y'all believe in love, or like, do you see love as a business, relationships as a business?
No.
Mm-hmm. What do you? I mean, so what do you see it as? Like, what is the point? What's the point of even getting married then? And you know, what's your mindset?
I would like to marry someone I love.
Mm-hmm. So you marry
you want kids?
Not right now, no.
Oh no, not right now, but
I mean, like,
let's say you get married at 30, you want kids?
My mindset right now is I don't want kids. People always tell me I might change my mind, so that's what I'm saying right now. But I don't really want kids ever.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't want to give me no grandbabies?
No.
You're right. I'm too sexy to have grandchildren.
Puppies.
Yeah, I'm too sexy for that anyway to be a grandmother. What the hell?
Nah, Bernice Burgos is a grandmother. You see her?
Yeah, well, that's her.
Bernice
I know you
Burgos,
follow her on the gram.
I love that grandma. She looks so good.
Hold on. Tamia, how would you feel about your mom having another baby?
I think she needs something to do. I've been saying she should have another one.
Tamia will be so jealous. She would be so jealous. She like having me all to herself.
That made me happy. Like, oh, good. Yeah, you got something to do.
Yeah, cause I be bothering you. I don't even bother you. I don't bother you like I used to. I leave you and let you live your little life. Whatever. I'm trying to get my life together. I'm trying to get me a man. Shit, I can't be worried about you no more. Wow. So what are you looking for in a woman, Jay? Like what do good men look for in a woman? What'd you say, Kay?
Just looking for.
Are we back on that?
What'd you say, Kay?
No, I think she was talking to somebody in her background.
Oh, okay, okay. So yeah, what do good men look for in women
Mm,
if they're not looking for ass?
nah, I mean, me personally, I'm looking for somebody that, and it's gonna be hard at this age, but I'm looking for somebody that I can experience something with that they've never experienced.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's almost like I have to date younger. I'm looking for somebody where they can't say, you know, I've been married, I've had kids, I've bought my first house, I've done it. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
it's got to be something left. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so that's
Ain't no,
one element. What she said?
I
Damn.
said, ain't no substance left. I'm sorry. I couldn't
Yeah.
resist.
Crazy.
So
Okay.
basically, to me, you hear men don't want their women all
But
used
you need
up.
someone who hasn't
That's what
experienced
they
all his
say.
life yet.
Ooh, hold on. To me, it said that's what they say. What do you?
I feel like men say a lot of things that they say a lot of things, but their actions show another.
A story to tell.
Yeah.
Counter.
No, I
I feel like
mean,
just like how earlier they said they don't
no,
want
she's
crazy, but if you see most of the time that be happening, they've been knowing they was crazy from the get go, but they like it. It's like an ego booster. I just don't.
no,
And no one wants a virgin for real because then when it actually happens, it's like, man, this ain't really hitting on nothing for like a
Mhm.
month. I don't.
nah, but you saw how his perspective, like my perspective at his age before the billions, my perspective
Mhm.
was not that. And that's very important. Like when you looking for somebody, like, okay, I used to think about like, oh, I'm only dating somebody that's a college graduate, you know what I'm saying? Or got their got their doctorate or their master's, whatever. I would say their master's. That's how I used to look at it. But then I started to think, I'm like, yo, that means debt. You know what I mean? I would like cut off a whole group of women that had high school degree, high school diplomas and good jobs, that just hopped in the workforce early. I would disqualify them when, if you think about it, like there's no debt. There's no $200,000 debt over their head or 40,000 or 70,000, but at one
Mhm.
point I wasn't thinking about it like that. Him at that age is thinking about stuff like that.
I
That is
know.
important.
Right. Right. But
Yeah,
it's
these were
different though, like
legit
you
questions
said.
he was asking, but most people aren't thinking along those lines.
Right.
Yeah.
They aren't. They
And
really
especially
aren't.
because most people are looking at girlfriend as necessarily wife. He's looking at girlfriend as long term, what does this
Right.
mean for
Yes.
us financially right now? And most guys, especially in that age group, aren't thinking along those lines.
Right.
Because I
That's way
definitely used to
different.
love some crazy. I definitely used to love some
you
crazy.
used to, or you still do?
Nah, I can't deal with it no more. I used to.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I had this one girl, she had played me to the left, or she thought she had the game down better. So I had moved on, and
Mm-hmm.
she was still in her feelings. So remember I was
Okay.
like sitting outside the dorm in a car with, the new chick. So she straight
Okay.
rolls up on the car and sticks her head in the window past the girl that I was like currently on a date with. You know what I'm saying? Like that's crazy. Like, but it turned me on. So please believe, after I dropped off the new date, I called her up like, yeah, you crazy, crazy.
Right. And
I
then,
called that as back. That's back when that show. Like, man, she crazy as hell. But
right. And
nah,
then
not
you
not
then you
anymore.
tapped at that
I
same
couldn't deal
night.
with that.
But you
I
tapped it
don't
that same
recall.
night.
I
Yeah,
don't recall.
okay. You don't recall. Okay. Hey, Patrice, what's up, girl?
Hey, what's going on? How y'all doing, ladies and
Hey,
gentlemen?
Patrice.
How you doing?
Nothing much. What's going on? So, how's everything been working out with you and your newbie thus far?
Everything's still going great. Going
Oh, that's
awesome.
perfect. I know y'all worked out that situation with New Year's, correct?
Yes. So we will not be going to Vegas. I'm just gonna stay here in Arizona and we're gonna do something here.
But
So
y'all still gonna be together though.
Yeah, we'll be kicking
Oh,
it.
that's
Yeah.
good. Okay. Well, that was the perfect happy medium. So what
Absolutely.
advice do you have for a young
Hold on,
lady?
hold on. Before we get into the advice, you still ain't give up that booty yet?
Oh no, not yet. No.
Okay, all right.
No.
Has he
We're gonna
been
get
No.
that
has he
out
been
the way.
has he been pushing for it?
Uh, not in a like
Direct one.
pushy, like really pressing on it. But conversations, very subtle, very respectful. So yeah.
Light
Okay,
flirting.
I
that's
think
good.
I think it's gonna be a natural flow of things. Whenever, if ever, and whenever. It's been a month now, so like
Wow.
I mean, I'd rather for it to flow naturally, like what we're doing. It's just flowing really good and really natural. So I'm appreciating that right now.
Right, but he's not trying to be a horn dog and just pawing all over you and trying to
Nah.
pressure you and just making it all, chaotic and crazy.
No, not at all. He's not like real touchy feely like that. I don't like guys like that. You know what I mean? If he
Right.
asks to hold my hand or something like that, he asked, which I appreciate that. But I did
Okay.
let him know it's okay. I'm cool. I'm comfortable with certain touches. But he's
He
not
ain't
like
grabbed the
that
booty yet.
touchy feely type of guys. But it's good. Your
He
daughter
grabbed
is
your
beautiful, by the way. She's gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. Okay, what were you asking, Kay?
I said he grabbed your booty yet.
No, but he did touch me on the small of my back, which it was very, very soft and subtle. So it was
Mm.
nice.
He's
He's
being
a
a really
he's a man's man, honey. That's all I'm saying.
OG.
yeah,
What's up, BTB? What's
Hey,
up? A story to tell.
Nice to hear from you. How you doing?
I'm good. How are
you
you?
doing, OG?
I'm good. I told y'all I was gonna keep y'all abreast of what's going on in my dating world.
I
OG,
know we
how
love
many
it.
dates have been on?
How many what?
How many days have you guys been on so far?
Like we seeing each other like every other day. So I done saw this dude like about 12 times. 12 times and we going on a month. This weekend will actually be a month since we've been dating. So
Right. So to me, OG Patrice, she's we're like in the same age group and we want to get married. We've been married before. She haven't been married like crazy like I've been, but she's been married before. And we are both saving ourselves for that special man. So I mean, how long you been into it, Patrice? Like you've been like what, 13 months or what'd you say?
yeah, we're going on as far as our dating, like we coming up on a
No,
month
how long
now.
have you been abstinent?
2 years.
2 years. Wow. And and how long I'm into it? I forgot. It's been so long I can't even remember.
17 months.
17 months has it been? Okay, yeah. So I mean, it's
Dang.
now. Yeah, now it's getting to a point where I don't even know anymore. I done forgot. Hell, I done give up. so
Really?
what?
Yeah, I gotta wake up early, man. I'm about to drop off. I'm a
Okay, well, thank you. All right, and thank you so much
sorry,
for the
love.
wonderful advice you gave to my daughter. I appreciate you so much.
Not a
Where's our
problem.
poppy at? Where's our poppy?
Who knows what Poppy? I think he's traveling or something like that.
Oh,
You say
okay.
what, Kay?
Good night, Jay.
Night.
Gotcha. Yeah. So what advice do you have for these young girls, or how do you feel about these young girls these days? OG.
Okay, so I heard your daughter say that she would like to get married, right? At some point.
Mhm. Right.
How old is your daughter, if I may ask?
Mhm.
How old
21.
is 21? Oh gosh, she got a good at least 10 years before she even started like thinking seriously about it. Does she want children?
No.
As of now, no.
So not right now. She's saying her 21-year-old mind is saying that, but probably if she, was older and met the right guy and married and he would want a kid, would she consider?
I would consider. I would just have to make sure I would never come to resent them for the situation.
What do you mean?
Absolutely.
Like when you
And
don't
your
want a
20
child, you always think about like.
Yeah, and trust me, your mind will be different. Your mind will change over the years as you get a little bit older and mature. But I totally understand your answer now. I think the perception of marriage, what it was for us, is different for their generation now. So I
Okay.
don't know. So did you raise her on pretty much traditional values, or is she more modernized as a lot of these young ladies are now?
Are you trying to say if she's a young trick? No, I don't think she's a
No, no, no,
trick.
no. Just more
No, I'm just
modern.
joking.
Girl, quit playing.
I know. Like for example.
You know, like the generations, right? Like our generations
Mhm.
change every 10 years. So she's a what?
Right.
Is she a millennial? Is she a Gen Z?
Gen Z, right?
I think Gen Z, right?
Yeah, I believe Gen Z. What are you before the billions? You a Gen Z, right?
I'm a Zennial, so I'm right on the line between millennial and Gen Z.
Okay.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right. So
borderline.
Well, yeah, and I think it's just a different mindset, you know, of what marriage may look like for their generation now,
Mhm.
as it was for our parents. Like my parents was from the silent. I'm a boomer, you know what I mean? My son's a
Right.
Gen X, you know what I'm saying? So the views are different now. So it depends. But I think overall, it has a lot to do with, you know, how she was raised in the household. So is she more traditional on those traditional values that maybe you had when you got married, or is she now more on the modern values of, you know, what a lot of her generation is kind of in that light right now?
I mean, well, I really don't know her dating stuff. I think she's more traditional. For the way she was talking earlier, she's definitely into, you know, she says she's still a virgin, because men these days, they don't know how to play the long game, at least to know how to be nice enough to get the ass. So she's very aware of the nature of men, and that her vagina is valuable, and she's kind of holding out for the right guy.
Respect herself and her
But
body, right? Yeah.
okay, but
Right.
as far as traditional, do you see yourself as a woman who would be career minded and also a homemaker, or do you see yourself more as just a career minded woman who wants to order takeout kind of thing?
Well, you fix your man a plate. Do you believe, would you, if you have a boyfriend and a husband, would you fix him a plate? Or are you one of those women who are like, you got two hands, you fix your own plate?
No, I mean, I feel like I wouldn't naturally be like, oh, I gotta fix him a plate. Because I don't think me and my man, like, I feel like I'm a very goofy person, so I can't imagine my man being so stern. But like, I'm also have a type where if something matters to you and it doesn't, like, I'm not gonna sit here and be stubborn for no reason. Like, he's like, oh, he made me a plate. Yeah, of course. Like, if he likes, like, if I saw that he liked that, I wouldn't mind doing that for him if I liked him. So I should let
Right,
my
you
man
probably
know to do
wouldn't occur to
that.
you to do it on your own, but if he asked you to, you would do it.
Yeah.
So that's
Okay.
not, so whenever y'all have food, you're not in the autopilot to be like, it's my responsibility or job as a woman to make sure my man gets his plate first.
Like, if we're doing like the whole my man or my kids, everyone can just go to the stove. I don't think it's that serious.
So you're not fixing nobody's plate.
Like, why can't we just all go to the stove? If I make the dinner most of the time, you can't just all go to the stove. I gotta serve you too. Dang.
All right, so let's go back to the whole having kids thing, because okay, so if you look at what Ryan Harris is saying, the marriage minded men are going to want kids.
Mhm.
The average man does want to have children. So let's say, I'm assuming that you would have that conversation with your mate up front, that kids are not a goal for you. What if it's a deal breaker? Because again, he might not be willing to pop the question to somebody that's not willing to carry on his lineage and give him an heir.
That's fair, honestly, but I don't know. I don't think it's that I wouldn't budge, but I just see so many times where a woman's having a child with a man and the man's just kind of acting like she's not doing much, I would want to make sure if a man wanted kids, I would have to make sure it's the type of man who will really understand the sacrifices I'm making to my body to have our children, and who wouldn't just want to stick me with everything with the child, things like that. I just want to make sure if I have one child, I'm not having two children. I don't ever want that dynamic for my life. So,
because I'm just checking because you're supposed to be my future daughter-in-law, and I need a baby. I need a grandbaby. Okay, because you just keep holding it down like you holding it down. I'm training him on this end. Okay.
I'm pretty sure whenever he's ready, I'm pretty sure my daughter will do how many babies you want to have. Trust me. Don't let me fool you right now.
Hey, can I get two grandbabies from y'all? So y'all can be some pretty babies.
If she can get her claws on him, trust me.
All right.
Can I get two grandbabies?
Well, I'm keeping in mind that I'm keeping in mind that we're talking to her 21-year-old mindset and not her 31-year-old mindset.
But
things change.
I've been telling her about the nature of men and women ever since she could think, and to like literally, how old were you, Tamia, when I was telling her? Like, she couldn't even talk, and I was like, "Girl, do not trust none of your friends, girl. Don't trust them girls."
It was definitely preschool.
She was in Pampers and stuff, So my point is, you gotta train them young, because at the end of the day,
5 years to get your mind right. 5 years. 5 years to get your mind right.
So
because y'all need to start working on this. 5 years. I got plans for you, boo. Okay, continue.
I love what the story that Terrell said. We were meeting at the stove. So
right.
Before the billions, like, okay, so you're a young guy. So like, how do y'all feel? Do y'all feel about getting y'all care about getting y'all plate fixed or what? Do y'all care about that? Because it seems like my daughter, I'm a type of woman, I will fix a man's plate. You know what I'm saying?
I guess she's saying that's cap.
But
But,
You say what? She's laughing like I'm lying.
I won't that you lying.
Like, we want to fix a man's plate. Like, come on.
so I can speak for myself, and when I say I don't necessarily care that bad, I know that a lot of men do. I know that's a traditional thing to do, and the reason why I say I don't necessarily care, right, is because, like, and I'm thinking about it as in, like, if you're cooking or something like that, I understand you just making the plate and then giving it to me or whatever. But then if we had like a family a cookout or something like that, I can almost guarantee you my girlfriend's gonna put something on the plate I do not want to eat. She's gonna be like, "Oh no, you need to eat these." Like she's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, you need to eat some more vegetables. Here you go," stuff like that. And I'll be like, "No, you putting beans on there and stuff like that. I don't like beans." So something like that. I just don't want it to be where you get something on the plate. And I'm like, okay, I really don't even want that anyway. I might as well just make it myself. But
So young guys your age, y'all don't care about the plate situation anymore. That's not an issue.
I just speak for myself. I know a lot of guys probably do care, but for myself, I don't really care that bad.
What you say, Kay?
I'm asking some if you want to speak.
Yes, MC. Do you want your plate fixed? Do you care? Well, like, what age range are you in? First of all,
I'm 37.
Oh, okay. So you
Yeah, ever since I was like 16 or 17, I used to have young ladies bringing me food to work. So.
Your roster.
So there's a certain type of expectation that's been set. So that's something that's been expected. I've allowed some people to slack off, but that also kind of determines like where I put them at on the priority scale too, as well. So like if she has a nurturing nature, then that allows me to be more nurturing to her as far as like facilitating like more masculine tasks like fixing her car or like washing her car, maybe doing some work on her car, just maybe just observing the things that are going on, tires and different
Oh,
things
right.
like that to be aware of.
So if she's fixing your plate, you got her on the car maintenance, cutting the grass.
I got her. I mean, I'm looking for leaks whenever she pulls up, you know, to see if there's something going on, and looking under the hood. But those are
Chopping wood and stacking it near the fireplace and all that good stuff.
all of that, you know. So I mean, those are the things that I kind of romanticized in my mind that a man should be at least able to do, you know. But
Oh, absolutely.
Now,
But
are
not-
you married, or have you ever been married?
no, I'm single. I've been married.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm single.
So you have been married before.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I mean, and that's the thing I want my daughter to learn, because I am the type of woman that fixed the plate for her man. And
I saw dying laughing a second ago.
I don't know why. Kate, don't I fix plates for my man? I'm confused. Don't I do that?
To me, it
I
blinked,
would have thought, well, I
I
think
thought
I
so
can
too.
do it.
blink 2 times for no.
I just feel like the other stuff you do, like, don't come on, tell us up. I just feel like as of right now, there's not a lot of guys that make you want to go above and beyond.
What,
Like,
what type of guy would make you want to go?
Just someone who's consistent, decisive, knows what he wants, just doesn't play games. There's just not a lot of guys who don't play games. And for me, who don't even really want to do the bare minimum, that doesn't really make me want to go above and beyond for you.
But are you ready to take direction from a man who's decisive and knows what he wants?
Yeah, I would. I'm not argumentative. I'm open to differences or any considerations that you might have of me.
So what is the bare minimum to you?
The bare minimum, just taking me on dates, being consistent, being nice, just letting me know up front what you want. Honestly, just honesty. So I just feel like a lot of guys just like to lie about what their true intentions are. If you let me know up front what you want, that makes me much more responsive. I just hate the confusion. And I think that's a problem in a lot of relationships or situationships now. It's just a lot of confusion. No one knows where they stand. So no one wants to do too much or too little.
My daughter, she wanted Azrael, he said something about let her do her. If she got a rebellious spirit, she'll save productive men from a headache. So how do you feel about that, to me? And what do you want to say back to that?
If someone thinks I'm a headache, that's on them.
Okay. So you don't really like what he's saying.
But she's not argumentative either. She's like, okay.
Yeah,
That's how you feel. I can't really do nothing about that.
that's the energy to have too, because you don't have a desire to prove otherwise. You know?
Right. Azrael, the Daywalker, also said, I paid a mortgage, protect the family, and I can't get a damn plate made. What the fuck? What do you think about that, Tamia?
He ain't doing none of that for me.
Okay.
He said he paid a mortgage and he protects the household.
So yeah, so if you have a man that pays mortgage, protect the household and stuff, would you make him a plate?
Yeah, I don't mind making him a plate.
Okay. All right, go ahead, guys.
What she said was that it
That was
wouldn't be her
never-
first instinct, but she was open to it.
Yeah. If he said he wanted that, that's something he liked, I would do it for him.
Okay. And he said, Azrael said that he is 27 years old, so he does still care about that. But y'all guys, well, y'all in y'all 20s and 30s, y'all, simply you say you care about that, and that would bring the best in you. Before the billion, you said that's really not your thing. You can do with or without it.
Yeah, so I just responded to him. I was just talking about myself because I told you how I grew up was that my grandma was she was the main breadwinner and stuff like that, and then my granddad he would cook a lot, like he would barbecue a lot and stuff like that. So he would make a lot of the food, and so it never was really like okay, the woman's supposed to do this. Like when I first started hearing about like the traditional stuff where the man's supposed to take care of the household, and then the woman's supposed to take care of the plates and take care of the cooking and stuff like that. You know, the stereotype, I guess. But the gender roles was through TV. I mean, through TV, through I guess friends or family and stuff like that. Because I didn't really grow up like that. My mom and my dad weren't together. The only marriage I actually saw was my grandma and my granddad on my mom's side, and they were not necessarily traditional. They were kind of swapped. So so I didn't really see that actually happening. But I was just more so saying, you know, from my side, I grew up different than how a lot of other people did, and I kind of changed my perspective. Like I wouldn't like Sim C, where he had women coming into his job, fixing him a plate and stuff like that, you know. But my girlfriend, she most definitely is somebody who would who likes to cook and has cooked for me, and I've cooked for her. I'm trying to get better at cooking, so I'm learning recipes and stuff like that. And but I do know one thing is that we cannot cook together. That is one thing, we cannot cook together because she wants to take care of everything. I just clean up the dishes.
That's good.
And then if I'm cooking, I'm moving too slow for her. So she's like, "Oh no, just move out the way. I got the butter." Stuff like that.
My husband and I, we don't really cook together per se. We do some teamwork stuff, like our grill game is tight. Like I do the seasoning, marinade, and all that stuff, and then he does the grilling, and it's a great teamwork effort made there. So, but as far as being in the kitchen at the same time cooking, no, you just gonna aggravate my soul. Go sit down.
That's exactly what happens. We get cursed out and everything. I'll be saying like, "Dang, okay."
I'm just trying to help out. I love how Ezra the Daywalker, he says, also, that doesn't mean I would cook either. I just believe we have fostered a level of selfishness and narcissism in this generation. It's hard to have a relationship if you're not selfless. So Ezra, hearing from a 20-some-year-old woman, and then we have like young men on the panel, like, how do you feel about them? Do you feel that there's a lot of selfishness, or, how do you think? Let me see. I do not see. I used to feel that way, Ryan, but I've learned that if a woman is not proactively looking to please you, she ain't really invested like that. Women have to be invested for them to value relationships. What do y'all guys think about that?
That's both ways.
Right. I think Azure is one of those red pill men, though, right?
I don't know if he's red pill or not. I mean, I don't want to put that on him.
I thought being a red pill was a good thing.
I would say I don't think he is. I just think he probably grew up more traditional, maybe watching his mother be that woman, that possibly served his father, or just grew up in a generation of where around older women and seeing that in that space. I think he's just pretty much a traditional guy. And I kind of tend to agree with him in the younger generation. I see it from both sides, a sense of selfishness and narcissism, and it's all about me, with the younger generation. I really do, honestly. I see it in my nieces, nephews. It's different, and that's what I say. It's different in the generations. That's why I was asking about the mindset of the younger generation as far as where they are, because I don't believe a lot of Black mothers and fathers are molding their daughters to be wives, and fathers are molding their sons to be husbands. I just don't see that with the younger generation anymore, unfortunately.
And that's a good point. I mean,
right.
like Kay and I, we have this podcast, about marriage, and, I've always talked about marriage, and I want to be married so bad, but I didn't know that my daughter didn't know I love to fix plate for my men. I mean, I'm really surprised. So that means I haven't been setting an example for her, because at the end of the day, to me, it's the most important thing to have that loving relationship. You can have, your degrees, you can have all these accomplishments, but if you don't have someone to share your life with, to me, that it really doesn't matter. So, it's very important for me to find someone, now that I'm in the right state of mind for a healthy marriage, because I want her to see that and I want her to experience that, because it really, to me, that's really the most important thing in life. I don't know. How do y'all guys think?
Well, first let me address, because I see that Azriel answered that he said, why red pill? He wants to consider himself a self-actualized man. But yeah, that's why I say is like I wouldn't necessarily just put that on him saying that he's a red pill person or anything, because it's supposed to be a choice. It's like, okay, do you want to take it or not? Do you want to accept reality or not? So that's pretty much what that is. But yeah, when you're talking about I'm sorry, he said the original question was something else than what you're asking now. Can you ask the original question again? You were asking something about gender roles or something like that at first.
I mean, just basically about fixing that damn plate, basically. And, I didn't know that my daughter wasn't aware that was something important. So I'm glad we're having this conversation. And as men, what other things that y'all may or may not find important that y'all want from a wife?
Yes. So
since I haven't done my due diligence, maybe y'all can help me, since she is at that pinnacle age, what do y'all want? What is important to y'all? What is not important?
Right. So yeah, some things that are important is, can you help me out with specific things? Right. It's like, okay, sometimes I'll call myself getting lazy, even though I do things and stuff like that. Like I had, as an example, I graduated. I got my degree in the mail. It came in a tube, and that degree sat in the tube for a few years. And because I was just like, I don't feel like having to frame it and put it up on the wall and stuff like that. I just kind of was like, okay, I paid all this money for it, and just didn't care to frame it up and stuff. And then my girlfriend was like, you know what? No, it's not just gonna sit up here in the closet. I want to put it up in the frame, and then we have it mounted up here, and in my office. So that's that's something, as an example of something that that I would be looking for in a wife, right? Another thing would be, okay, do I get along with your family? That's a big important thing to me, at least. Right? It may not. Some people may not care. To me, I care about your family as well. Can I get along with them?
Hello. Ryan Harris said, "Don't feel bad. His degree is still in the envelope." Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But yeah, so I was saying is that like I had to get along with your family, right? And because I find that extremely important, especially if you want to get married, because you're mixing two families together. Another thing is that do you get me out of the house to where I can actually like, even if I make all this money, if I make billions of dollars and stuff like that, and I have all these assets and everything, do you make it worth it for me to actually have all this money? Right? Do you make it worth it for me to, like, okay, you know what? You've been saving up, you've been doing good. Let's go ahead and reward yourself. So let's go and go on a trip somewhere. Because with me, I like working. I'm a workaholic. I get up on my live stream, or I work on something or whatever, work on my business, work on some art. And then what I'll do is I will not get out the house. And I'll be in the house all day. And, she'll be like, no, you can't just sit in the house all day. You got to get out there and do something. So if I was not in a relationship or something like that, I would just be in the house, not doing nothing at all. Well, working, but that's pretty much it. Just go to the gym, work, and then probably see my mom or my dad or something like that. But yeah, that's pretty much all I would do. So that's something I would look for in a wife.
I mean, and you're so advanced. I mean, goodness grief. I mean, you got me thinking of things I haven't thought about now. So what about you, Sim? I mean, because are you ripe to be married? I think you're really ripe, because you say you're 37, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so it's show time for you. So what you got to say?
Yeah, I think for me, I set the expectation for a lot of the women that I dealt with, you know. And if I saw one that they weren't willing to do so much as even cook for me,
Hmm.
like there've been situations with like young ladies, like I might have helped them out with something, like I said, mechanically, or help them out with something around the house, you know, and then I just kind of observed them to see if they would like display their nurturing nature to me. Um, and if I saw that they weren't willing to go there, then it made it clear to me that I'm not going to really take you seriously or consider you as a future mate. But I also even had like a small thing like someone who's willing to pull my ingrowns, right? Because I'm black, right? So like I need someone who's willing to do that. But I've also kind of adapted to it to include like being able to be in the kitchen together and maybe we cook together for our family or cook like a brunch together. You know, so like cooking was one of the last things that I personally focused on. And so it's not something that I say that is only done by my lady, but it should be something that we have the ability to do in order for us to take care of one another. Because like I think that there's a certain point that you really just get beyond like the whole sex. You have to be able to tolerate each other beyond sex. You have to be able to tolerate each other afterwards and just during those in between times and just enjoy each other's company. But I'd say that her being active and maintaining like an active lifestyle, that's a hard thing to really force someone to do. So she has to be invested into looking her very best. And for
Okay.
me, because I have relatively good genetics and I didn't really have to work for my body, I took a long time before I really went back into the gym where I was contributing time into my physical fitness. But like yeah, I think it's important for her to have a desire to maintain her appeal the very same way that I should do as well. But I think there's just nuances, and I don't think it can be black and white. But we should be at least willing to figure out where we can come together to take care of one another.
Yeah,
Because
can I add on a few things? I don't know if
Yeah,
you
sure.
finished with me.
sure, sure. Nah, that's essentially it. I wanted to ask your daughter a question as well, but go ahead. Before you
Oh yeah, let me just add this before you ask real quick. Is that another thing what you said about them pulling out your ingrown hairs, man? That's something that the actual Karen, well, you know, when she tell you, oh man, you need to go ahead and go to your primary care physician. You know what I mean? Like
Oh,
she's like,
nah.
oh yeah, you need to go ahead and get that taken care of or something like that. That's something that you look forward to because you don't want to just have somebody who doesn't care about your health as well. And then in addition to that, somebody, you know, you brought up your physical health. I told you, man, I used to be 300 pounds, and I had to get that
Wow.
off by myself. And you know, I just thought of it myself. I was like, okay, I need to go ahead and work out. And having somebody who shares an interest with you helps out tremendously. Like if you both are like, okay, you know, we both need to get into shape. We both, you know, like, oh yeah, let's both ride a bike together and stuff like that. You know, that we have the, you know, United Fitness, say we got the Mrs. United Fitness or something like that, then
Mhm.
you know, that'd be perfect. That's something that's extremely important, at least to me, right? Like having a common hobby or you know, let's work on ourselves so that way we're in the best version of ourselves. We're not just, you know, like if I had been 300 pounds and I didn't snap into my own head that I need to go ahead and lose this weight off. Then if my girlfriend, if she wouldn't, or my wife, sorry, wife, you know, what I look for in a wife would then try to motivate me to, you know, lose some of that weight off. That's extremely important as well. So
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, someone who don't want you to stay unhealthy or, just want you to be at the best you're supposed to be.
That's what you be.
Right. A
Yeah.
lot of people will let you stay, just unhealthy and just mediocre. So that is important because a lot of times they get complacent with themselves. Less more trying to keep someone else from being complacent, a healthy way, of course.
and you love it when they say, "Oh, I don't like fast food." When they say something like that, you go, "Okay, cool." But then they always say, "Oh, but I like Chick-fil-A." That's the only exception. My girlfriend told me Chick-fil-A was made by God himself.
I ain't gonna argue with
Only fast food. Where we go to.
Hey, so one of the things that I appreciated in reference to physical fitness is that here in North Carolina, there's a lot of money that's spent by the state on the parks, you know. So like hiking trails and having the ability to do stuff outdoors, that's an opportunity for you two to bond while you're doing something challenging, while at the same time really having an opportunity to engage one another at a higher level. It's been like a great bonding experience for me and some of the people that I've dated, because it's allowed me to appreciate, you know, natural beauty while at the same time doing something challenging with my partner. So just having someone who has the physical ability to explore the many different parks that are here in North Carolina, and won't complain to you the whole ride there about how much they don't have to do it and everything like that. So,
Right.
Hey,
So what?
Poppy.
Now, hey, Poppy. Now, Simpson, you had a question, right? You said.
yeah, I was gonna ask your daughter. So what is her thoughts on like this whole nurturing nature and this whole concept of like being a nurturer, and also just really this whole idea of like taking care of your man? What are your thoughts on that? Do you think like it's ridiculous for this to even be expected of you? Do you feel like people are more equal in your age group or in your generation at this point?
I want to say things are more equal because I think in my ideal relationship, I would have that kind of dynamic with my man, because I feel like when I'm in a relationship, I am very nice. I am very giving, because when I like a guy, I do like a guy. But I feel like a lot of guys in my age group, they kind of want all the benefits of the nurturing woman, but they don't really want to be a nurturing man either. Like they want the tradition, but then they want to go 50-50. And it's just, or want the tradition, but they don't even want to court you properly. And not even about money, because dates don't have to cost money, but they just don't want to put the thought into things. So I think for right now, it does sound a bit ridiculous because there isn't many guys I've seen that, what's the word?
That believe in reciprocation.
Yeah, that reciprocate that energy.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, but they would also have to be brought up in that household. And then one thing that I saw Azriel mentioned, and I could attest to this a little bit as well, is that you have a fantasy in your mind about the role that you're supposed to play as a man, while at the same time there's a fantasy in your mind about the role that your woman or your wife should also play in your life. So it's not always a real and practical example, and so there is a little bit of delusion that's involved in it, but it's just about like the willingness is really what matters. Do you have a willingness to do these things?
So are you willing to be a nurturing, or are you a naturally nurturing, or you feel like, you know, like I'm not fixing a man their plate, I'm not going to look after them, or like how do you feel towards your responsibility of a man in a relationship?
I don't feel like it's not that I'm not nurturing at all. Because I feel like when I do have a man, I will do things for him. Like if he comes over, I'll make sure he has food. I'll make sure he's a guest, you know. But at the same time, just certain, I think, practices like making a plate, all that. I feel like I just wouldn't naturally think to do that, and I don't think that necessarily means I'm not nurturing. But I just like you can show your nurturing in different ways. If that makes sense.
Because a lot of times with men, though, their way to their heart is to their stomach. Men are very simple. I mean, you can get away with murder, but if you fix a man a plate, they're gonna get over it. That's just a lesson, right, guys? Hey, Poppy, what you talking about, Poppy?
What's up, Poppy?
Okay.
Yeah, so I got
Struggle stringing.
No,
Poppy struggle.
So go ahead, OG.
No, she was just saying that
No,
Poppy
I was
like,
just saying he struggle streaming as usual.
Now, Azure the D Rocker,
Is she faithfully inspiring?
Is she what?
Faithfully inspiring.
If you call you Bobby, hell no, I would not.
What does that mean?
So okay, so pretty much what that is does she inspire like giving inspiration to somebody, like giving them the reason, the driving force to actually do something to achieve a goal. You know, like always trying to make sure that a man is like, okay, you know what? How about you go ahead and start on your business? Or because I'm with you, you should want to make more money, you know, stuff like that. Is that something that is on your mind, or do you ever think about something like that? Like giving inspiration to somebody? Because it's different from motivating them. Motivating them is like trying to be coaching them, like, oh, you know what, you need to go ahead and get your money right or something like that, because that'll make me feel better or something like that. But inspiring is because I'm with you and I show you all these good things, that gives you the reason to want to even do it at all.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Honestly,
Yo, can you hear me?
I really can't be sure, because I feel like at this point in my life, I'm not really dating to marry. So I'm not really sure if I'm inspired. If I could say I'm inspiring, because I also don't. I'm not gonna say I don't really care, but at the same time, I don't really plan on marrying you. So probably not. Long story short, so probably not.
Well, alrighty then.
So are you seeking success every day? Like trying to, I'm sure the OG Patrice know what I'm talking about. But are you seeking success every day, trying to be the best version of yourself?
I think I try every day, but some days are better than others.
Hey, Poppy, what you got going on?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was listening to a bunch of noise, man. I just made it to the East Coast, so I'm with my family right now.
Oh, okay. Well, we're glad you came on. So I just wanted you to meet my daughter. What do you have to think? What do you think?
Really? What?
She and your daughter.
You don't think so?
Why you say that, Poppy?
What do you got something to tell me?
Yo, first of all, good night. How y'all doing?
Very well.
Good night.
Salute, salute.
Yes, sir. My man before
What's
the
good,
business,
Poppy?
man.
What's
All my
good?
boys
What's
right
good?
there.
Blue, man.
Okay, how you doing, girl? You ready to go to sleep already?
For me?
Yeah.
No,
I see nothing in your head over there.
that's what I do.
And hey, nice to meet you, young lady. You see, I don't think that's your daughter, man. She looked too good to be your daughter.
Woo! God, yay. Hey, Papa, you come in guns blazing?
He always come for me, man. He always coming for me. Thanks a lot.
Right off the cuff.
Yeah, he's also the same guy that say to give up on marriage and no one's gonna marry me. I can get a boyfriend probably at best. So hey, whatever.
You had all the husbands.
A boyfriend is a good thing. A boyfriend counts a man.
Anyway, as you
Your
were saying,
fourth one
Poppy,
would be your husband.
yeah, that's what I want.
God ain't gonna give you no more husband.
Stop fit into her ego, man, please.
No, she was trying to say what you
I'm
saying.
repeating what you said, that you said God wasn't gonna give her no more husband.
Maybe he gave her 3 already. Like, wow. Jesus Christ, that's a lot. Wow.
Really, Patrice?
Think about
I'm sorry,
this.
that was funny.
Think about this. Look, Phil Jackson had Michael Jordan first, right? And then he had Kobe and Charlie. God damn, like God wasn't gonna give Phil Jackson another top 5 player. Like, oh,
I'll give you that, Poppy.
Hey, Poppy.
So Poppy, to say I've been married more than a couple of times, does she seem well-adjusted young lady? Does she seem well-adjusted, even though her mom was a part of a lot of shenanigans?
I mean, I don't know too much from her, but she got the looks, obviously.
Okay, stop drooling over my kid. Calm down.
I'm being honest.
Tell you how it is.
That's beautiful. She Got the baby face. That's a good thing.
Uh-huh.
Do you got the
now,
baby hairs too? You do the baby
you,
hairs too? Let me see. Let me see
uh,
those
you,
edges. Yeah.
you gonna ask her to stand up next?
I mean, is she over 21?
Yes, Poppy.
Oh yeah, she can do it then. That's how I like. I like them over 21.
Now you already know you set that up already, right, Tish?
I know.
For
I
Poppy, you
know.
set that up.
Well, I already felt his
booty guy,
energy
so
was
I
gonna
like it.
go. I felt his energy was gonna go there, so I had to go ahead and embrace it. You know what I'm
Gonna beat
saying?
me to the punch.
When I gave the assist, huh? Okay.
Oh no, Patrice is here.
Yeah.
okay.
And Azra, hey Azra, how you doing?
I was on the
So,
panel.
man,
Not too bad. Is my
What?
connection well? Because it's kind of in a bad spot. Is it
Yeah.
Where's
good
the
now?
name
Or no?
Azrael come
we can hear you,
from?
sir.
Yeah, you're fine. You said you asking what, Kay?
Where does the name Azrael come from?
Yeah, I thought that was a demon from the
Uh,
Bible.
That's funny that you say that. It technically is Azazel is the demon from the Bible,
Oh,
but
I'm so
Azrael is
dumb.
from
My bad.
no, that's all right. It's like Azazel, then you got Belias and all that good stuff. But Azrael comes from Batman. You know, I'm just a nerd at heart.
Batman?
Oh, okay, got you. So
Because
are
the
you
only place
married
I
or
Yeah.
was
single?
public was the cat on the Smurf.
Oh
I figured you were gonna say that too. No, I'm single. I'm in the same age bracket as before the billions. You know, right now I'm
26,
going
27.
to school for accounting, but I'm trying to veer. What you said?
Yeah, I said, yeah, I'm 26 and you're 27.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, the connection's a little bit off for me. I might have to refresh it. But so yeah, I'm doing accounting right now. I'm veering into IT as well. The reason why I came up is because I just thought it was interesting when I had pointed out that I just feel as though we are raising. I don't know if it's social media. I don't know if it's from probably lack of parenting or whatnot. But I just feel as though a lot of people, especially from sometimes the women I deal with, and just vice versa as well. A lot of us are not. Because I'll even include myself because I am of the generation. We're not amicable. We're very disagreeable and very a bit self-centered. Like we don't understand what it takes to invest into a relationship. So I'll see, for example, women on the shade room be like, "Oh, why is it that our parents or our grandparents were able to be married for 40 years?" It's like, well, they after they got into an argument, they didn't go and just look at another dude that was in their DM and figure, okay, the dude I'm with ain't shit, so let me try to holler at somebody else. I think it boils down to more we lack the discipline and, like I said, the amicability of to be able to work with another person. And I think, especially with women, I think they have the what's called the paradox of choice. So, for example, if something is not working out with the guy that you're with, you got 10 dudes hollering your DM. You can go on Tinder. I've been on dates with girls and they found out that they have boyfriends. You know, so it's like you're in a situation where the women have this abundance of choice until they don't have any choice anymore. So
Okay.
they'll keep on picking from one dude to the next dude to the next dude until it's like you're in your mid 30s and like Kevin Samuel say you're in the danger zone and you're like, oh, where'd all the good men go? But it's like you had at least 3 good guys. You just figured, oh, there was something wrong, or he did something, or you felt as though you could do better because you said, oh, I got this dude. I probably could do better than him. It's like, no, you should invest in this dude and see where it goes from there. You know, but
Okay.
like I said, the paradox of choice, whereas people have too much options that they they use it haphazardly. Plus, on top of that, many women are fickle. So it's like you're giving a person that's very indecisive a multitude or unnecessary plethora of choices. So that was my thought on that.
Right. So you feel like a lot of these young girls these days are very disagreeable and they don't know how to be amicable in the face of dissension.
No,
Say the
absolutely.
part
I mean,
again.
think about you see a lot of women more so are they're very aggressive. They'll get into a man's face. You see, we see on like online social media, we see women with like there was a meme of this guy singing a song and his baby mama just slapped him out of nowhere while he was on like Instagram, you know, and people were joking, and the dude was like smoking a little blunt. He kept singing, and it's like if the roles were reversed, they would have been like, "Oh my God, like why are you beating on a woman?" But I just think to a degree, especially in our community, we lack the discipline to be able to get along with each other. People say, "Oh, white supremacy is the issue that's the prevailing issue in the Black community." Is no, it's like, I don't know if you guys know Obsidian Media Network, Obsidian. He says the biggest issue in the Black community is that we can't get along. We don't even think the same way. For example, if you see this, not to bring in Kevin Samuels too much, but he has a series out. It's 4 videos, and the women there are talking about they want a man to make a certain amount, but then it's like, I don't want to have to abide by what he tells me to do. And they're saying they want to have enough income, whereas though they can have separate houses, just in case they get into a dispute and they can't resolve the conflict. They want to have their own spot. You even hear Carrie Hilson say, two wild things she said. She was like, oh, if she wants to get married, she wants to be able to have separate houses with the man. And it's like, well, why would I do that as a man? Well, that doesn't make any sense. And the whole concept what behooves me is the whole thing of resting in your femininity. Like, as a woman say, I can't rest in my femininity. It was like, no, if femininity is not incumbent upon what a man does. It's either you're a feminine woman or not. It's no gray area, you know? So.
Right, I agree.
That's pretty much
I agree.
my point.
Yeah,
So,
similar to what Carrie Hilson said. Like, she's like, oh yeah, sleeping in, it wasn't Oprah, it was Whoopi Goldberg. Talking about sleeping in separate beds or something like that.
Did you say that for real?
Yeah, it was something. I think it was on.
Yeah,
like,
both Carrie Hilson. I know Carrie Hilson definitely said it.
God damn, man, she's so goddamn beautiful, man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but it's the mind. Her mind is as ugly as Quasimodo, man. You can't.
But hold on now. Hold on now. Everybody will sign up to. Most of us will sign up to mess with Carrie Hilson. I know I will tap that ass up. Like, I wouldn't play with that.
Yeah, but I mean, for how long? Like, you know what they always say?
Of
They say
course.
behind every good-looking woman is a man that's tired of her shit. So you know, it's
true.
Yeah. So it's I just feel as though we're just not agreeable. And once I would say, especially Black women, they're gonna have to come to the table and realize, okay, how can I make a man find value in me, and how can I mediate situations with men? Or you say to yourself, okay, if my mom always says this too, especially when I was younger. I didn't really take it to heart when I was younger, but I do now. She said, you'll know a character of a person when they're dealing with a person on how they deal with the person that can't do anything for them.
right.
So if you're not dealing, let's say this is not a man that you have romantic interest in, how do you deal with men in general? You understand? Because how you deal with men in general is the threshold of how you interact with, and not only how you interact with men, but how you view men. So, for example, you can have an argument. Your husband or your boyfriend could get on your last nerves, but are you, like I said, are you an agreeable person? Or are you amicable at the same time? Whereas, even though you might be upset, do you still maintain a level of femininity in yourself? You know?
Man, that is kind of hard nowadays, man. To be honest, man,
What's hard?
in today's day, people ain't trying to looking for marriage like that, man. Those
Are you
days
serious?
I'm telling you, man. If you ask your daughter, she didn't think about getting married anytime soon.
I mean, but
I believe it's good ones out here. Just like this man on this panel is spitting like real talk. I just like I'm not giving up hope on the young Black men of the
Right.
younger generation. I'm not going to give up on the young Black women of the younger generation. And her daughter is 21, so she has time to change her mind and views, and different things that she's going to experience going to be a part of that. That's why I said this is her young 21 mind talking. Give her 10 years, and I bet you it'll be
10
a different
That's the
perspective.
point.
No. I'm
You
saying
gotta
through the
divide that
course.
by two.
Listen, I'm saying through the course of the change of the generation and her life experiences. Probably by the time she's 31, she'd be to met a man like this man on this panel, and her total perspective would change. It's about where you are and where the journey takes you, how you mature, and who you meet in life. would totally can be a different change of perspective on your views and opinions from where you are, where she is now.
And that's what
But
I'm
I just love for her to hear all the different perspectives. I mean, because I hate to keep harping back on it, but to me, fixing a man a plate is important. And that's something she didn't know that was
that goes with it.
Yeah, exactly. And she doesn't know that is a part of me, and she doesn't agree that it is a part of me. She thinks I'm lying. I mean, maybe.
I don't think you're lying.
But I guess she's never seen it. Maybe.
Not somebody, just lying.
Okay. But either way, but it's good to see that there are young men there, that are interested in that. Some men aren't interested, but it's just
My
basically about the mindset. Yeah, but it's all about nurturing. I think that's a part. It's not necessarily about the fixing of the plate per se. It's all about the submission of being, the intent and the submission of being a nurturing, loving person. And I think that is really, ladies, if y'all can agree, all of y'all, how do y'all feel? Do y'all think women are as nurturing as they used to be back in the day? I don't think so.
Hell no.
Of course no, man. That's
Everybody's trying to be a boss B. Everybody's trying to be a city girl. Nope.
Someone asked in the comments, are we raising, I think OG was saying, so are we raising wives? Are we raising our daughters to be wives? Are we raising our sons to be husbands? We have to ask those questions, because a lot of the stuff that's floating around the internet now and on YouTube and stuff is crazy. The way they're trying to tell men how they're supposed to treat women, that's what you're teaching your children at the same time. So rather you sit down and have these conversations with your kids about what a wife is, or, what a husband is, or what a marriage is supposed to look like, your kids are watching.
Right, yeah.
So if you're treating your wife like she's your servant and not your partner, or if you're treating your husband like he's your workhorse, and that's his sole purpose in life, that's what your children are seeing. So whether you actually have those conversations or not, your actions say a whole lot more than the words that come out of your mouth.
Right. And that's what I'm seeing tonight. Like, obviously I'm already effed up because I've been married more than one time. So obviously, I do want her to have a well-adjusted, loving relationships. I don't want her to go down the same road I've been.
But you are listening to her, right? Because she sounds like a very well-adjusted young lady.
Right. Yeah, she's well-adjusted. But it still bugs me that she didn't know I was a nurturing person towards men. I thought she felt that I was loving and nurturing, and she doesn't think so. But I want her to be that type of woman, and I do want to have that part of me that she sees towards a man one day, or whatever.
But I also say this too. It's not uncommon for young people to not want to fully emulate everything that your parents were doing. It's something that sometimes has to grow on you, and you don't notice the impact that you're making until like they have those epiphanies when they're a little bit older, where they say, maybe the way that she was attempting to guide me is really the best way, because like this whole idea that's being perpetuated on social media, this whole boss babe stuff, like there are a lot of people who would like to be these boss babes, but at the end of the day, what they really want is to have the opportunity, the full capacity to be in the feminine, because a lot of that requires for you to be like in the masculine frame. And so you're making demands to suppliers or people you're doing business with all the time, and you're outside of the space that you could potentially operate in if someone gives you the bandwidth or the room for you to be in your feminine. Like, I've just noticed that some of the women that maybe either the corporate world's chewed them up and spit them out, or maybe even like the academic pursuits has forced them to be like really aggressive. But if they have an opportunity to choose, they just want to be soft, kind, and a pleasure to be around.
Right.
So
a pleasure to be around. Right. And that's what Kay is. Kay is very much a pleasure to be around. Like, like I know so many men, and y'all probably and y'all probably been men where y'all been in relationships, y'all didn't even want to go into your own home, and like that, And isn't that insane to have a woman and she is so not pleasurable that you rather sit in your driveway or you rather go to a bar and get a drink? I mean, you should be running home to her softness and like what goes wrong when you don't want to go home to a
That's always in
woman?
the beginning,
What's
man.
my
It's in the
phrase?
beginning.
Was
It's
that
supposed to be his piece.
exactly? And as women, why aren't we men peace? But to me, have I been men peace?
Nope.
Her answer would be no.
She get
She's
too
like, I'll
tired to
plead the
lie.
fifth.
Nope. But look, I got a couple friends that they marry, like, you know what I mean? So once you would like get married, or you don't even have to be married. Once you live with a girl, man, the whole dynamic change. That's gonna change. All that talk about on top of each other, that's not gonna be like that no more. The whole trail is in the beginning. When you know what I'm saying, when you pull up to her job, you know what I'm saying, when y'all take trips together and stuff like that. Once people get with each other, it becomes like they're near a job. That's what that becomes.
Okay.
Right.
Do you,
And female too, they talk too goddamn much, yo. Like that's the bottom line. Because look, man, I don't like talking too much. To be like, men and women don't got too much in common. To be honest with you, we like football. Y'all like Real Housewife or ATL, something like that. You see what I'm saying? We like the NBA. Y'all like
the Real House of something.
hip-hop.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? We like rap. Y'all like, I don't know what the hell y'all like. So the only reason why men even talk to y'all is because to get laid. That's it. Besides getting laid, we don't got nothing in common. I never heard a homie saying, "Oh man, I want to talk to my homegirl." You know what I'm saying? I want to have a 5-hour conversation with my homegirl, man. That's what I always laugh with. Men.
No, don't start with Poppy. Don't start laughing with Poppy. Don't get her cranked
I'm
up.
being serious. Listen, that's what I'll tell my homies, yo. I don't got no female friends, man. Like, if a man is
Women
telling
are
me
just
that-
for smashing. They're just for smashing.
Yes. The only reason we take you out, we laugh at your stupid jokes is because we want to get the box. That's it.
Good joke.
Yeah,
That's
You know,
incorrect.
like
They're
they-
not only for smashing it for to have a smashing good time, you know.
Exactly, man.
That's all.
Look,
But,
man, if a girl wasn't me, hey, if y'all wouldn't be able to talk at all, a man still would talk. We're trying to smash you, yo. Y'all just talk a lot, man. Just be honest. Just be honest, man.
Okay, so that's one of the main reasons y'all have with women these days, that we talk too much. That's what y'all saying?
Complain.
We complain too much.
Y'all complain. Y'all always want to
What you
tell us about
complaining
your
about?
stupid ass friend at work. Like y'all always you want to get bored. Like, yo, I know before the billion got a girl. Ask your girl before the billion, how was your day at work, fam? She want to talk your ear off for 30, 40 minutes about some nonsense. You don't give a
And don't
thing.
do that.
Sorry. What
don't
you say?
Oh, you could solve that problem by not having her work.
Hold up, my daughter is about to leave because she has to be up early in the morning for work, and she's so. You have any other last questions or?
Listen, send that text. Like, yeah, you better get your ass here.
Shut up. You have any last questions or sentiments before she leaves?
Last question. Nah, she's doing a great job. She's got a good head on her shoulders. She needs to maintain.
let me ask her what.
Maintain her innocence.
I apologize. Sorry, bro.
Maintain her innocence and don't be in a rush. I know your mom and Kay are telling you otherwise.
I'm not telling her otherwise. I'm telling her not to have sex. We can come out. No, you did.
But you better finish.
But it's a good thing for her to be moving in the direction that she is. The one question I had for her was what kind of influence do her friends or social media have on her desire as far as relationships go?
Heavy.
I don't know, because I feel like all my friends, like, because I'm a virgin and obviously not a lot of people my age are virgins, so I feel like we're all on different type of time. But I wouldn't really say, I mean, of course, your friends always have an effect on you, but I wouldn't really say we have really that much effect on each other, because if I'm with a guy and, I'm kind of realistic. So I'm like, oh, we're the same grade. Obviously, he's not gonna like have a bunch of money. And and they're saying, oh, you can find someone more money. I think, and I'm just, I'll stay with the guy anyway. I don't know. I just feel like we all kind of believe different things, but we can still coexist. You just gotta take a little clowning, I guess.
Yeah, social media destroy women's the new
Yeah,
especially
yeah.
young girls. Social media really did a number on them because now they're all following
I
the
agree.
Ari and Moneybag Yo. They
Mhm.
following the Cardi B and Offset. But guess what? Ain't that many upsets over here. And guess what? Offset got about 5 baby mamas too. So you want that too?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
this is the thing that
I
I'll
want to
say.
say one thing.
You go ahead, Israel.
Last thing, Ezreal. As far as like the time that you have right now while you're in school, and maybe you can speak to this, Tish, okay? Like, I understand, especially if you go to school here in the Triangle, right? So I understand that the time that you're spending at school is supposed to be the the most target-rich environment that you have for suitable candidates for a future husband. So if you take advantage of the opportunity that you have right now while you're at school by being strategic and saying, "Hey, I'm going to spend time over here by the medical school, so maybe I can be around someone who's maybe in the medical school. I'm going to spend time here." You're doing comp sci, so maybe you can have people who are even your classmates, and you can say, "Hey, this is someone right here that could be a potential mate, and him and I can run alongside one another." Because that's what some of the other populations is doing as well. They're
Right.
being real strategic while they're in college, because after college, you're going to be working, and you're not going to always be in an environment with as many people who are potential candidates for a partner as you would have had in college or at a university. So just consider that as well, because when you start working, if you work here in the Triangle, I'm telling you, it's a mess because it's a battle between all the different offices and all the different
Yeah.
tech companies that are here. So the population is going to be smaller of potential candidates. And then I'm going to tell you the issue that we have here in the Triangle as a man who dates is everyone knows everyone. So you join one group, and then all the ladies who are your competition are also in the same group. So then if there's one guy that is in the group that's being dated, right, then it makes him automatically ineligible for you to date.
Right.
So
Yeah.
now you start limiting your pool.
Unless
So,
you slimy.
yeah, and they call you slimy and shame you and all kinds of stuff. So just be careful. Just know that any other woman in your same group is really your competition and not necessarily your ally, because you need to take into consideration something that's going to work out for you before anyone else.
So you're basically saying this is the time to go ahead if she wants to find a marriage, a mate. This is the time to go ahead and start that process, because this is the best pool of men that she's gonna get to.
Without considering like
Absolutely.
specific finances,
And this is
because everybody doesn't have
Additionally.
no money, and you guys have an opportunity to go up together. And if
Right.
you're
That
in
sounds
tech,
good.
if
That
you're in
sounds real
tech,
good, bro.
you're not going to have many options. But like the pool is going to be a lot bigger in college than once you start working out here. It's a mess. I'm telling you.
Right. Yeah. Don't be like your mama trying to get that
agreed. I was gonna
4,000.
say,
It's hard, honey.
I go after you, Israel.
no, I agree with. I was agreeing with what he said. College is the incubator for successful men, and
Yeah.
that's where you get your most optimal mate. I would say, for example, we always say the whole controversial thing of women dating for potential. If anything, you should look at the person's character, because the character only money would only enhance the person's character. So before the person has money, you would look at the person's character and integrity and whatnot, so on and so forth. That we're not saying that you have to date the person with the lit in their pocket. We're not necessarily saying that to go to either extreme, but just focus more so on the character of the man, and from there you could just tell, you can already have the foresight to see where this man is going to be in the next 10 or 15 years. My question would be to her was, what is her take on the whole phenomenon of Kevin Samuels? And I'm not like what they call like the Samuelite, where I like everything he
Samuelite.
said is like his word is bond. I don't agree. I'm not saying that. But what is her take on it? Like what is her take on what his talking points are? That would be my question for her.
Kevin Samuels doesn't really bother me too much. I feel like he purposely says things and he purposely talks to people to antagonize them. And I believe it's mostly just for views and money. So I don't really have that much of a take on him because I don't really pay that much of attention of him. The clips I see are funny.
But it's nothing you don't take his teachings to heart or anything like that.
I mean, I feel like if guys I feel like everyone should have their own choice. So if a guy wants to go by his teachings and he deduces from that maybe certain women aren't for him, that's better for him and it's better for women. That's how I feel.
So that kind of eliminates the guys who not thinking for themselves. You're saying from the women who.
I just feel like it's good. Everyone has a choice to do what they want.
So, for example, if you were to talk to a man, you found out he's like, "Oh yeah, he's a casual listener of Kevin." That would be a red flag to you.
I feel like some of the things I feel like Kevin Samuels is. I don't really like people who follow along with just the whole dating scene in general. I think all these terms, what's the word, like resting in your feminine, masculine energy. Hypergamy. I mean, I know you should live by these things, and these are the smart ways to look at things, but I just don't buy into the hype for any of that. Anybody who really listens to a bunch of podcasts like that, I wouldn't really be interested in too much.
And why is that?
Girl,
I just feel like that's kind of,
they don't have a mind of their own.
I feel like when you get to that point, you're just kind of jaded. You know, I don't really ever want to think of love as so transactional where I have to calculate it perfectly. And I get it's maybe not the logical thing. I'm sure once I get older and get more life experiences, I may feel differently. But just at this point in my life, that's just, I don't know. It's too calculating. It doesn't feel right.
She hit it right where it needs to be hit because first of all,
I did a good job, y'all, didn't I? See,
no, Kevin's not even talking to her demographic. Kevin Samuels is talking to just all females like over 30 that got baby daddies and they are overweight. If you calling a Kevin, you got some problems. That's the way it is.
I think you're definitely asking for it. I would not call him.
If you pay attention, every time that a girl that is like 21, 22, 23, what's the first thing he said? You're too young. Bingo. So he already knows because and also Kevin, he's smart enough to know that she's 21. Most likely she look good as hell. Most likely she got like 35 guys after her. Most likely she don't got no kids. So it makes no sense for him to talk to her because what Kevin Samuel have done is beautiful, man. He understands. He's smart enough to know that if a female call over 30, most of them gonna be 30 and 40, right? Most of them gonna have babies already, right? And most of them gonna be big as hell too. He knows. He's smart enough to understand.
He's so funny.
Listen, he's smart enough to understand that that's how he made his money, yo. Because obviously some people can agree and disagree to what he's saying, but most of the point that he's telling you is true. That's why he said, "You on a Friday night calling me, motherfucker? You got problems because if you was happy, if you got all this option, you should be calling me." And it's true. It's true. Like, you see what I'm saying? And he knows that. And people need to understand that he also running a business. He got to entertain people. So sometimes he want to go wild on you and you help him.
Right.
Female need to pay attention. Like your daughter say, she don't care about Kevin Samuel. You know why? Because she's only 21 and she look good as fuck. Now let's wait 12, 14 years from now.
Well, I'm old and I'm old and used up, Poppy, and I don't care about no Kevin Samuels either. So what's your point?
You making my point. If you call Kevin Samuel, you ain't got no husband. And you got no husband.
I said I won't call him. I said, so what is your point?
My point is the people that don't like Kevin Samuel, he goes against everything that he's trying to preach. You see what I'm saying? Your daughter just said, I don't care. You know why? Because she's cute and she got 45 guys on her DMs ready to date her and shit like that. You see what I'm saying? The girls that call him, oh, time is up. Time is up.
Yeah, Tish, you're not in his demographic. That's why.
She said, you said what?
You're not in his demographic. Like,
exactly.
Yeah, you're not calling him in.
35 to 50.
Right. So, hey, Trash Can Waves, what's going on? You got a question for my baby goes to sleep?
Hello, ma'am.
Hey.
Yeah. Where those? Is there still rats in the house?
I told
Did you get rid of the rats?
Hold up. Did I tell you about those rats? I forgot.
You told us about the rats. Is the rat? Do they have a long lifespan?
You said do they have a what?
Long lifespan, them rats.
No, only like 3 years.
Okay, not a big commitment. Then you could get rid of them again.
I feel like I would get some more.
Oh, you did. So you still got rats then?
I like them.
That's what's up. That's different.
Or
They're not just rats, they're fancy rats.
Yeah,
Oh.
they're not just rats, they're fancy rats.
That's
So you bought some expensive rats. I got some rats for free back in the alley. I can
she got
ship you some rats.
these rats come from an
You're in New York, they be big as hell.
Oh, so you ain't adopting no rats then? That's what you say. You ain't gonna adopt no rats because every rat need a home. Instead of buying these expensive rats out here, it's a lot of rats wandering around without a house to go to.
You know, when the rats be the size of house cats, those are no longer rats.
And so my question to y'all guys are, if she have 4 rats that she has as pets, she's not thinking about having sex, right? So I did a good job as a mom, right? That means she's focused, correct?
That's some freaky ass sex if she was.
Nasty one too.
Right, I'm just saying.
It's
Don't
not the
bring no rats.
albino rats with the red eyes, right? It's not the albino.
No,
rats
the
with red
albino's
eyes.
the albino's too scary. I couldn't get it. I was about to get it, and it literally ran around so fast.
Oh, man.
But my rats
Yeah,
are
that would have been.
Hey man,
that would've
put a
been-
rat in the
Yo, hold on. You got that as a pet?
yeah.
What the hell?
You can buy rats as
Probably didn't
pets.
change his mind.
Man. The same rat that she got, man. I had one trapped in a glue trap outside, and it chewed its own tail off. Those rats are crazy. And he got off that glue trap, and then came back and ate his tail.
I think it grows back though.
That made me feel bad.
Oh man!
I didn't think about my rats in a glue trap.
Ooh-wee. Yeah, don't let them run around here.
Well, why not a dog or a dog? How about a dog, man? Why don't you
Or a
get dog?
gerbil.
Got a dog.
Why not a gerbil? We could've
Who the
used
hell
a
get
gerbil.
Regular.
Why the hell get a rat as a goddamn pet? That's nasty.
They're
Fresh
fancy
taste.
rats.
They're very clean.
Yo, you gotta come to New York. They got rats. We got
They
rats
got big ass
over here. Like,
Yeah,
they
man.
look like cats.
I don't want
That's how big
those.
they are. We growing super rats out here.
Them New York rats got too many STDs and everything else. you got to make sure you get them vaccinated before you bring a New York rat in
It
there.
would tear me
Yo,
up.
they attack you over here, bro.
Oh man, those rats they don't run away in New York. I saw
No, they
them.
don't.
And
No,
they-
they scared. Yeah.
Yeah, they got the
Man,
master
they're bold.
splinters out there.
Yeah, I just got to New York this morning, man. I haven't seen one yet.
Woo.
And the first time I went to New York and rode the train, Poppy, right? Those rats so big. Look, they the rats will stand there and size you up and be like, "What
They
you
look
want
at
to
you.
do?"
that motherfucking rat was sitting next to you with a seatbelt on. Like, hey, where you going? Where you going after this?
I'm out.
Good night, y'all. Nice
Good night.
meeting everyone.
Good night,
Bye.
sweetie.
Bye.
Good night.
Get rid of them damn rats, though.
Leave my baby alone. That means she's not thinking about no dick. So shut up. And that's the name of the game. No dick.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
She says she's a virgin.
That scare a guy away.
Oh, that's beautiful.
She's just gonna move the rats into another room.
You
that's
believe
all.
her? You believe that?
Yes, I do. Well, I mean, you talked to her. Y'all don't think she's a virgin? Y'all think she's lying to me?
How the hell we gonna get to know somebody in 3 minutes?
I mean, you know, you can tell a hoe when you
3
hear
and
a
a half
hoe.
hours.
It
I'm
only
dead.
takes a couple of minutes to know a hoe, right, Azrael?
No, that's a lie.
That's
Yeah,
what
you guys-
that's
it
what the
depends.
preacher's daughters in the church would say. I'm innocent. I'm a
And I
good
have a
girl.
lot
Them
of pictures
PKs
of
be
my
wrong.
life.
OG, good clean Christian girl.
Good night, Mrs. Mary. All right,
Right.
so we about to end this because my baby she wants to sneak off and get some midnight McDonald's. So
They got 24-hour McDonald's. Where you at?
I believe they stay open till like 2:00 or something like that. So we're gonna head out and get us some McDonald's. So we like and then have some hot cookies. So anyway, because we don't have men here, so we have to do something. So what are y'all final thoughts?
DoorDash, baby. You gotta get DoorDash or Uber Eats.
I do that too many times. So I'm trying to
money.
and plus we like to we like to take a night ride and stuff like that too.
Don't be stepping out this.
Yeah, but y'all eat McDonald's. Y'all gotta select better than McDonald's. Ugh.
Ain't that kind of dangerous though?
Yeah,
Taking
what?
Taking a late drive like this. You should stay in the house, shouldn't you?
We like to take rides. I mean, I'll be out walking the dogs and all kind of stuff. Hey, no one want these problems. Okay, I'm a headache. Ain't no one thinking about us.
Hit up Cookout out there.
Yes, we do have Cookout. Well, I'm right in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yeah. I know. I always go to that Cookout down there. It's always jumping. I can't remember. It's like right off a busy highway.
Right.
Cookout if you want to be waiting in line for 2 hours.
Oh, I know, right? Cookout be tripping. But Trash Can Waste, what made you come up today? Usually it's hard to get
I was coming up to support. I was just coming up to support.
We appreciate. So so tell everyone about your new video that you have out about the alpha males.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna break down alpha pack order for y'all. No.
I was talking about the other video with the Mega Male brother. With the Mega Males.
Oh yeah, the Omega. Yeah.
Right.
I've been out of commission for a while due to no cause of my own. Innocent, but I've been out of commission because somebody on this platform came on here and blocked me. It wasn't Tisha K.
No, it was not at all.
Somebody came on here and blocked me out for a while, so I've been out of commission. I've been listening in though. Been checking y'all out.
Appreciate it so much. Yeah. I didn't even know you were blocked. So what happened was, we were doing the collaboration with Steve Dedeen, and for some reason he felt like he wanted to block Trash Can Waste because Trash Can Waste was, what were you even saying? You weren't even saying much, right?
I just called some bullshit out there. So
but you weren't even getting riled up just yet, and he immediately went to blocking you. And so you have a new video. I checked it out recently, so you just released it today though.
Yeah, it just came out today, just dropped.
Man, the video was hilarious.
I know, right?
I think so.
Wow. So what are your last words before we head out? So, okay, what do you have to say about young girls in marriage? You think, you think there any hope, or you just think they need better role models? I mean, like
combination.
Yeah.
But I think there's hope. But we got to change the mindset, man.
Right. You're right.
For the females and the males, we got too many women out there throwing that ass in a circle for any Tom, Dick, and Harry that wants it, and we got too many men demanding that and not looking for a commitment. So we got to change that mindset, or our community is lost.
Right, just like what Patrice O'G said.
More than about the ass, we have to look at what we're doing to our community.
Right, exactly. Because if we don't, have marriages and family units, then we don't really have a legacy.
You can even look at it from the aspect of like with the population changes, the demographics changing as far as, where white people have been the majority for forever, right? Mm-hmm. But that's slowly changing. But it's not changing because of us.
Right.
Our numbers are staying the same. All other people of color are increasing their numbers, but we as a community are not increasing ours.
Right.
We're going to have the same standing we've had. But let's say Hispanics will be the dominant race eventually.
Right.
So we're clearly not doing something right.
And they believe in marriage. They believe in structure, with marriage, and they believe in legacy, and they believe in lifting each other up. I love what OG Patrice said a while ago about the Black community is on life support. And if we continue this, this road of, a man here, a woman there, and we don't trust each other, we don't get along, yada, yada, yada. I mean, we're not accomplishing anything. I think. What do you think, Patrice? What do you think, Poppy?
Yeah, I mean,
back to you, Patrice.
Yeah, sorry about that. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I still keep my stance on what I say about our community, you know, and that's why I'm in these spaces, you know, to be an inspiration to young Black men and women, you know, for us trying to set the tone for helping those that want to be helped with getting on the right track with their life, and seeing what family structure was like, you know, during the times I grew up, and I'm telling you, I talk to my nieces, some of my younger cousins, and man, their mentality, I'm trying to talk to them just like I do in these spaces, because I'm like, y'all mentality has to change, because you will be alone. You know, I know you college educated, but they got the same thing, that boss chick, I don't need a man, dope chick mentality, you know, the whole thing. And I'm like, trust me, that's not gonna get you far in life.
Right, at all.
You know, they even saying, I don't want to get married. Like, okay, so what do you want to do? You want to be alone and by yourself, like for the rest of your life? What do you mean? Like, I don't know. We are a part of the lost value system, period.
Yeah.
What you have to say, Poppy? I mean, hopefully from my daughter, y'all can see hope. I mean, she's 21, and you know, she does say she wants to be married, even though I haven't been the best example, but she does want to be married. You know, some of her ideals, you know, like the nurturing or whatever. She is very loving and very. I mean, she has 4 rats, for crying out loud. I mean, you don't get no more loving and nurturing than that. But you know, it's up to us, you know, older women to set example. You know, a lot of times they don't want to listen, but do it in a way that they may receive the information possibly. But anyway, go ahead, Poppy.
The way I see it, man, I think it's going to get worse before it get better. To be honest,
you always do say that.
Because, man, I'm in tune. I be outside, man. I know what's the temperature outside. I know what's the temperature, man. All these talking shows sound good and dandy, but look, the only way Black men and Black women relationship will get better if everybody in their community. Do you remember when you was in high school when the army little office used to be there, and then like this happened, then you have to talk to them. You know, they used to be there recruiting.
Right.
In your local school. If you have mature people that really want to teach these women, like, have to be like, they have to start doing stuff like that, yo. And the same thing for the guys. It's what I'm trying to say is you have to start them off early. Right. Yeah. Because once these girls get around 21, 22, 23, ain't no changing, man. Ain't no changing. Most of these girls, they want to leave the Instagram model life, yo. I seen them, yo. Listen, I travel a lot. I seen them, man. I go to Miami, I go to LA, I go to Vegas. Who be over there? All the 21, 22, 23, 24, 25-year-old just twerking like a motherfucker on top of the camera. Yeah. Half of them got boyfriends at home. You see what I'm saying? Half of them got a boyfriend at home. It's a bunch of suckers that sign up for that deal. You see what I'm saying? Right. So nowadays it's just, like, for example, like your daughter. I wasn't here early enough, but I'm pretty sure she's not looking into even getting into some sort of marriage anytime soon, which is kind of backwards because you're supposed to try to get married when you're like 23, 24 anyway. Because at the time you get to 30, 31, you're kind of old, man. When it comes to a female, you're kind of old. You see what I'm saying? And at that point, it comes to the numbers factor. It's another thing, but people don't know. A lot of people be saying, "Oh man, we don't care about body count." Men care about body count.
Right? Yeah, I really do. Exactly.
I do. If you been over with 7 guys, you ran through in my mind. That just how it is.
What's the number?
7.
That's my number right there.
No, sis, what's the number?
Oh, it's 4. I mean, it's 4.
It's 4. No matter what the real number is, it's always 4.
Yeah, 4.
What about the 7?
Yeah, because I already like. I mean, I don't.
That is an obscene number. Anything over 4 is obscene.
Right.
I mean, you're supposed to be 1. You're supposed to be 0. Actually, when you come to a man, if you want to keep it in the big liquid numbers, that's how it is. You're supposed to.
When you take the cap out, you want to hear. Never opened before.
and fellas, just know when a female to your body count, you just gotta multiply that thing by 3. Just know that.
By
If
3.
she say, yeah, by
Wait.
3. If she say
If you're
10,
lucky.
it's 30. The number is close to 30. If she say 7, it's gonna be about 20, about 21. You see what I'm saying? That's how it is. And think about this, man. Most of the fucking they be doing is when they single.
Right.
Exactly. That's how it is, man. But like I said, man, and I'm gonna tell you why it's gonna get worse too. A lot of people falling into this internet spaces now, right? I'm new to this shit. I didn't even know this shit existed until like 2 or 3 months ago, right? But look, it's a lot of niggas that kind of follow all these so-called dating coaches, and they listening now. Man is woke now, believe it or not. And guess what? A lot of these girls got kids. Niggas ain't taking these women with kids like that. I mean, they will fuck them, but they will no wife them.
Yeah.
The reason I know this because every day now I'll be late. I'll be reading all those on those funny channels how those guys be texting how this man be asking these women now with kids, hey, you got kids now. That's what you bring to the table, blah blah blah.
Right.
Men is woke now, and it's gonna get real hard for women now, especially especially now that you got the Kevin Samuels and all this other kind of shows, because Kevin Samuels kind of giving these guys kind of hopes now, like, yeah, man, I made 50,000-60,000 a year, man. I'm an okay value guy, whatever that shit is. Yeah, I shouldn't be talking to no baby mama. Fuck that, man. I deserve better. Yo, man is woke. Man is woke now, little by little, and it's gonna get real tough for female to get man out here. So, and females, like for example, let's go back to your daughter. She in college, right?
Yeah.
She should trying to get a husband right there, like. But guess what?
But you know, she's not even really dating because the quality of the young guys. I mean, just like y'all complain about the quality of the young girls. I mean, but the men out there, you know, y'all don't want quality. Y'all don't want, you know, like she said earlier, she's a virgin, and how men, they, you know, just like I would joke around. Well, I'm not joking. That I haven't had sex in like 17 months, and everyone was passing me around like, I don't want that. I don't want that. You know, who's gonna get it first? I don't want that. You know, men, y'all don't appreciate women who have the self-control and the self-discipline to scale back and to find what's really important in a man.
She should be trying to find a husband right next in her classroom. But you know what it is? It's not about the quality. How the hell is not a good quality right next to her? That makes no sense whatsoever.
What do you mean? I mean, because you are in college and doing well or have a good job, that doesn't mean you quality in your head. That's just like saying a high value man is
the man is working obviously in college. That means he got a purpose to become better tomorrow.
I mean,
so
Ted, Poppy's right, because all of the other races.
Let me finish real quick.
Yeah,
please.
Go ahead.
Look, this is what happened. It's not about the quality. She look at those guys next to her like nerds. That's the problem.
No,
I'm telling you how it is, man.
Yeah, but
they don't like to be with nerdy kind of quality. Listen, I got a daughter. I hope my daughter ends up with the nerdiest guy on earth. I hope so. I hope she doesn't run out into a nigga like me. I hope she get a nerd. I hope she get a nerdy, retarded, fucking Apple operator, whatever he might be.
Get her a Forrest Gump.
I think he'll end up being that neuroscientist that I skipped over in school that I didn't go for, and I was attracted to the nerdy guys, but because I was popular, I did not do it. I thought the nerds were like the guys that I knew I liked them, but I didn't do it because of my friends and popular and all of that. But my niece met her now fiance in college. They both is going to medical school right now to be doctors. All our other racist counterparts, they vet their husbands in college.
That's the best.
And we need to do the same.
If you go to college, that's supposed to be. If you ask me, that should be your number one. You around guys that do. They kind of like got your ideology a little bit. You're supposed to go to school, but you're supposed to get a husband in college. That's the way I look at it.
I mean, but Poppy, just like social media have women messed up, because men go to college and educate, they still want some hood rat that is an Instagram model.
That's not true, man.
That is true. What do you mean?
That's not true, man. That's true, man.
Tamia,
if a guy's in college,
do guys don't they still want those Instagram posts, the one that's, you know, for at your school and stuff?
Oh my god.
Yeah, they still want that because
How
they
you know
educated
they
them.
want those Instagram hoes? Man, listen, you can ask any of this man the panel. Do we care about fake booty? I don't care, but we still hate it because that's what is
I would prefer
available.
not. I
That's
would
what
prefer
is
not to get a
available.
fake booty.
I've dated a woman with a fake. Well, I'm not gonna say
Exactly. Do
fake,
you want
but
that, bro?
She had a BBL, and you know the novelty was there in the beginning, but in the end, you know, I just knew that my daughter wouldn't possess it, and then it was ultimately going to cause an issue with her. And then it kind of speaks to kind of something else that's not exactly a strong suit of hers that will move her to feel like she has to do that in order for her to feel confident. But I mean, it's a tough position. It's a tough position, and but I don't want to cut off Poppy.
Man, Poppy, you speaking facts, man. Don't nobody. I ain't gonna say nobody, but when you talking about like a guy who's like, you know, on his purpose and stuff like that, trying to get through college and building himself up, he's not really looking for the Instagram model. Because I mean, I don't want my girl to be dancing with another. There's this video of a woman and she dancing on this guy, and she jumps up on him, and he's grabbing on, you know, at his party, and then he puts her back down, and then she goes and holds hands with her actual boyfriend, and then walks out the club. So, like, you know, that's kind of thing that I image when I see like an Instagram model who be twerking and dancing on other men. I mean, like, I don't want that. So I don't want a hood rat. I don't want nobody who's going to be, you know, like, oh yeah, he gonna be with me. I'm gonna be with her for like right now, but then I'm gonna look for another dude who got more money. There's always another dude with more money than you. But I want somebody who's gonna want me for me, who's gonna choose me, who's gonna be there for me, and I'll be there for them.
Right.
You know, I don't want to get with somebody who's, you know, gonna step out, or, you know, I gotta worry about that kind of thing.
Right.
When it comes to like the girls, you know, like quality guy most likely is going to be in college, because that's where you're going to meet the most amount of people. When you start working,
Right.
man, them people be old. Them people be like in a, you know, like if I were to say this right, if I weren't already in a relationship and I was already working, I waited after college, man, and I just sit in the house all day, and all my coworkers, they 35, 40, 50 years old. I ain't looking for nobody 35, 40, 50 years old and at 20 something. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to look for somebody around my age, around us, like-minded, and it is extremely hard, especially since she's a computer science major. You know, I don't know how much longer she has in school left, but when she goes into her job, when she gets a job, and when she checks out Before the Billions on YouTube, then when she gets her job, and then she's like, okay, well, what kind of options do I have? All right, the majority of them are already either married, or they of another race, or, you know, they're not interested in her. So it's a lot of things that she's gonna be missing out on when you wait till after college.
Right.
I'm actually kind of glad that I'm out of the dating game, because I'm like, man, please.
Yeah,
if I had to deal with this table and stuff like that one more time, then I'm good. Because, like, you know, all this stuff is just brand new within the past 2 years. All this stuff talking about what do you bring to the table, living in your
right,
feminine. Like, yeah, sorry that Poppy Blanco dropped off, but
oh yeah, he said.
Anything else to say?
So Simcia, so what's your final thoughts on love, marriage, relationships in today's times?
Yeah, along the lines of what Patrice was saying, I think that it's really important to be intentional about like the role that she will play into the future generation. You know, like I believe that, I think that now Black people are having less children because of the trope that's been associated with Black people having a bunch of children, but it's not really working to our benefit. You know,
no.
Now our populace is getting smaller because people are now saying, "I'd much rather be this boss babe. I'd much rather be like this entrepreneur."
Hold on, let me ask a question. What exactly is a boss babe? What's your definition of that?
So let me kind of speak to it, and maybe I'll let Before the Billions give you his opinion. But from what I see, it's this it's this woman who has her own business. She has
Okay.
her own business as opposed to being like a career woman or even being a family woman. But she's prioritizing being this boss bae or this boss woman before she's a family woman. You know
Okay.
what I mean? So she's putting that second, and she's saying, I don't want to be cooperating with a man. I don't want to be involved with a man because I'm doing my own thing and I'm independent. I'm doing all these brunches and taking these girls trips and we're
Got
doing
you.
our things together. Da 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 da. I don't really have a need for a man, but then it's a scramble later on in life where she's now attempting to get the other pieces together as far as like the family and the relationship and everything.
Oh, okay. So it's putting everything first besides not being marriage minded, basically, is a boss babe, not being marriage minded.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
my opinion on it, right, is that when you talk about a boss babe, it is not the same thing as being a boss.
Okay.
When that being said, like when Sim was talking about owning your own company, your own business, that's not even true sometimes for some of these people who call themselves a boss bae or a boss B. You know, I could be BITCH. You know what I mean?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So when they talking about that, it's more so just I feel like it, right? It's like like they don't own a business, they don't employ anybody, they don't have anybody working
The
under them.
latches.
Right. This is what an actual boss is somebody who employs people. But when you talk about a boss B, the requirements to be a boss B is I feel like it at the moment, and I feel like saying it, and I'm gonna post about it on Instagram. If I did my hair right or something like that day, are you a boss B? You killing them and all this other kind of stuff. But
Right.
you're not really gonna see many people who actually own a business. They don't know what LLC is or what to do with one. You know what I mean? Like I'm not talking about every single one of them, but the requirements for just being a boss B is not actually owning the business. It's not necessarily putting anything first other than your feelings.
Okay. What about you, Trash Can Waves? What you got to say?
Ditto to what everybody else was saying. You know, I came in late. This is my first day out. Been locked up for a while. But what
I
I
know.
can talk about is accountability. I can preach that always. Always push for accountability. Be accountable for what you do.
Right.
Don't hide behind women if it's something you
Mm.
doing yourself. Now, when I say that, it's a lot of politicians out here. Thank you, man. It's a lot of politicians out here that's willing to accept credit when things go good, but they willing to accept no credit when things go bad, and they looking for somebody to point to for
Right.
the point of blame. They ain't willing to take accountability. Follow whatever you say. If you are a leader, you alpha or whatnot. Follow whatever you say to the T. Whether it go bad, take ownership for it. If it go bad, take ownership for it. If it go good. And for message for you guys, don't be these Forrest Gump simps out here, So what is a Forrest Gump simp? A Forrest Gump simp was Jenny met a good man. He was a simpleton, but she met a good man when she was young. She had a chance to be with him. She chose not to. She wanted to explore and do herself. She had another point when he got out the army. She could have been with him. He made something of himself. She chose not to. It was only until Forrest Gump got wealthy and he opened up his own shipping company and he was a millionaire. Did she plant a baby on him that wasn't his? To say take care of this baby because she knows she was gonna die. Don't be that type of simpleton that fall for somebody who don't see the true value in you when you going through life and you on your come up, but they will meet you when you get to your destination or where you going in life.
Okay. All right.
That was
I'm
it,
gonna say,
baby.
What'd you say, Samsia?
I was gonna go ahead and wrap up and say that one thing along the lines of what Patrice was saying and something we should also consider
Okay.
is who really benefits from the idea of men and women not being together. There's corporations, there's whole industries that are created in order for people to benefit outside of the community as opposed to the community. You know, apartment buildings, dealerships, whole communities that are built off the idea of people not being together. So if we're going to do the work to prepare these children in order for them to go out into the world and make something of themselves, make them aware that there are also industries that are created in order for them not to be interested in having a family unit and them having their own residence, while at the same time their partner also has their own residence, and then they're both contributing to making other communities or other industries better outside of the family.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I want to add to that, because that goes to the institution of what marriage is about, and every young woman and man should think about. When you think about some of the best reasons to get married, it's for that, to better the economy as a couple, to better
Right.
your community, to produce children. There's many advantages. It's cheaper because two heads, is better than one.
Right.
And also the benefits of the health insurance as a family. And you're
Right.
there to as a couple to grow and be more stable in an environment. And it really is being a part of your community as a couple, and seeing it prosper, and seeing your family grow, and the values, the morals, the scruples, all the things that come with it. So there are some pros to the marriage, but you definitely have to, vet the person and be in the right place at the right time. Allow yourself to be in those spaces to where those prospect women are, the prospective wives and prospective husbands that you can be on one accord with, that want the same thing you want at the same time you want it, and then you just go for it from there.
Right. And I just hope everyone just just appreciate the fact, that marriage is a beautiful thing. And no matter where we are in life, like, for you, example, for you, Poppy, you have a daughter and you're not married just of yet, but, just like, back into example with me, I've been married, a few times, but no matter what was going on, you still want the best for your children. And like you said, you started at an early age to make it clear what's important in life. I've always told my daughter, no matter what degrees or, what education, whatever, what's really important is finding that person to spend your life with. And, I think I somewhat succeed because she's, no matter what I've gone through or she seen me experience, rather, or put other people through, she still believes in the institution of marriage. And, just, appreciate her meeting such great guys, because that's what I really wanted her to see, because, when you in one area, you just see the same old, and you take it for granted, you can become discouraged. But just to see different types of men, and to hear that y'all do want good women and y'all do appreciate it. Y'all do appreciate the fact that she's a virgin, and y'all not saying, oh, that's terrible and no one wants to deal with that. Y'all,
I don't personally appreciate it now. I'm not looking at it that way.
well, majority of the guys on the panel, I believe, appreciated the fact,
Somebody tell your daughter you auctioning her off right now. Don't be auctioning that girl off. She's a virgin. What I hear for this? She's
it's like the Middle East.
I always talk really candid and frank with my business, so whatever. It is what it is, But it's just good that y'all. She can hear that you still appreciate good women, and and then some learning points. Y'all taught her some learning points, and I really think she does appreciate that. So wherever we are, even the ones, like Before the Billions and Simsia, I'm not sure, Trash Can Wage, I don't have children yet, but, just always be vigilant and to know, that marriage is one of the most important institutions in society, and we should gear towards that, right? All y'all single guys?
What's the benefit of the marriage?
You said what, Trash Can?
What's the benefit of the marriage? Is we united as one? We coming in as yours is what's yours, like you might have more money or whatever, and yours is yours and mine is mine. Is we coming into it like that, keeping it separate?
It's for the kids. That's what I believe, man. Like marriage is supposed to be important for the kids. If nothing else, it's supposed to be to raise their kids to be better than you. That's what it's supposed to be. Actually,
can kids keep a marriage together though?
It's supposed to be.
I mean, I think marriage is good for legacy. I mean, I personally don't think you can really say you can pass down a legacy if you don't have a family unit to do that with. What do y'all think?
It depends.
Yeah, and as a Black community, we are not big and we're not legacy minded at all. We are not. And I mean, I'll be the first one to admit that her dad, you know, very, very, very good guy, very good man, excellent husband. But I wasn't thinking legacy. I was not in the right frame of mind. I was immature. So, you know, I'll be the blame for it. Shut up. No, he's actually married. I mean, listen, because I made a mistake. I can still appreciate a good man. I mean, I'm not totally lost. It doesn't miss me. But yeah, I mean, we can't have a legacy without having a family unit. So we need to start being more legacy minded. And like I said, I can't talk, but when you know better, you do better, and you just try to go from there. So.
Why don't you go back with him? You ain't gonna escape my question.
I just said he's married again. Even if he wasn't the man.
Become the second wife. That sounds like a good man.
No, Poppy, no. Don't make her do that. Don't make her do that.
Yeah, man. He fall right into what I said the other day, man. Every good man. You said it out of your own mouth. He's a good man.
Excellent. Her dad is excellent. Cannot complain.
If an opportunity come up and somebody pass off or something, you know, and y'all both single at the same time, you know, then entertain that thought.
You can see her face. She lying. Look at her, dude. She was like, "Yo, I hope that doesn't work, so she can come back to me."
Homewrecker.
Listen. I'm a Leo. When I want something, I go get it. I go get it.
Don't get yourself in trouble.
I have no quorums of trying to take what I think should be mine. I don't have that kind of problem. But no, he's a good man, but he just wasn't good for me. And he would give the whole paycheck, y'all. The whole paycheck, and no one spend no money, honey.
Oh, hold on. On that very same note, right? Does the marriage brokerage firm endorse the wife depositing her check into the husband's account in order for him to be able to pay the bills?
I just read that today. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wait. I mean, we believe in a joint account.
No, not a joint account. You taking your check, Tish, depositing it into his account, okay, in order for him to pay the bills, and then he gives you an allowance.
Oh,
that's easier for her in a divorce. If they come in and she
I'm not doing no allowance now. Come on now. I work too hard to do an allowance. Come on now. Now I'll give him my whole check if I ain't got to work, and my whole check will be me fixing that plate. That'll be the check. What the hell you talking about?
Hey, y'all saw that post. Y'all saw that post, right, on Instagram.
Y'all see that? That's what I said. I just read that today, like a hunger, and she was like, "You are trusting. He's gonna make the right investments." Blah blah blah.
Yeah, so he's directing
you know
the investments.
You know what? I was getting ready to say, if he is a better money manager than I am, I would totally do it.
I mean, but Patrice, they talking about this man has his own account with your name not on, and you supposed to trust. Is that what y'all saying?
No, it's not. No,
y'all ain't ready
it's
for
gonna
marriage.
be joint, but I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put the whole thing into our account. But because if he manages money better than me, then I would trust that. But it will be a joint account.
She's still talking about her own money, OG Patrice. She ain't ready for no marriage.
Hold on. Let me clarify something now. Tim C, are you saying the man is only his name is on? What are you laughing? Is his name only on the account, or is it a joint account? What are you saying?
It shouldn't matter though.
What do you mean it shouldn't matter? What do you mean?
With him? You marry with him. Why is that even important? Because at the end of the day,
well, if it shouldn't matter, what's wrong with the joint account? That wouldn't matter then, right?
Finish. When it comes to the law, right? It don't matter if his account or her account. If the situation goes south, guess what? They still got to split up the money no matter what. So it really don't matter who the account is.
Isn't it community property anyway?
Exactly.
I mean, but there's a period of time, that great period of time, where if something goes wrong, she can't get access to the money if her name is not on the account.
You
She can't
know,
say, "Oh,
all
that's my husband." I mean, so no. I mean, so the question still remains: is it a joint account we talking about, Simcia, or are we just talking about this his name on the account? And I'm supposed to give my check with
Right, because I got to be able to write a check in case of emergency.
Man.
What if he out of town and something happens?
All you women, keep y'all escape fund. Y'all take some money out of that and keep y'all. Just in case I got an escape fund in that cookie jar or whatever y'all got it in. So
they're doing the cash back over there.
Whatever are you talking about, Trash Can Wave? I know nothing of that.
Y'all know y'all got y'all runaway fund in case there's something going on and you need to run away.
In the shoebox.
You need to get a hotel.
Right,
Yeah.
Patrice. Right, Patrice. This
But you know, I wouldn't have no problem. Okay, say for instance, if he was wealthy and he had wealth like prior to me, I would sign a prenup. I had no problem with that. I would also have specific clause in there, right? Because I like to live a certain lifestyle of comfort and things of that nature. As long as those clauses are in there and he's providing that for me, I have no problem with, like, if we have a joint account and you know, and it's going in there. Or if he was taking care of me enough that if something happened, I still could cover the bills, take care of, do things I want to do, my little girly stuff, hair, nails, you know, whatever, massages, you know, all of that. That I'm cool with that. Like, I would totally be cool with that.
I mean, I think the joint account is probably the most practical because I do understand that the wives that have that Target fund where they're doing cash back every time they go to Target, they're getting $100, just like Trash Can Waves is talking about. Every time they go to Target, they're getting $100 cash back, and they're stashing that money. But so you know that whole idea of you being able to deposit your whole check and then him giving you an allowance. That's the real question.
That's the real question. Oh, no, I'm not. Listen, I work a very, very, very stressful job. It's high octane. It's horrible. And I just cannot see me working that hard, giving a man my whole check and him.
That's your money.
I mean, no, it's our money, but
no, it's your money.
Okay, it's my money. And I just
Yo, hey, I think everybody watch this video, man. Y'all just witnessing selfishness 101.
Poppy, that's not what I just said. No, I said I would give my check if I had my allowance was according to my lifestyle. If you know, if he was wealthy, if he was giving me a substantial enough amount of money to take care of myself in case of emergency, I will put my whole check into his account.
All right, how much is the dollar amount every week you gotta have, Patrice? $100 is not enough.
She ain't thinking about it yet.
$100 a week? Come on, y'all. Now,
I mean,
I said
I would
a lifestyle. Listen, I'm already living a certain lifestyle, accustomed to being able to take care of myself as a single woman. So it will, as a married woman, that's going to be more, right? Because now I'm married. I got other responsibilities. I make sure he's taken care of for the things that he wants in the marriage as well. I got to make sure he and me are taken care of now. So it has to be more than what I'm doing already for myself.
Well, I got a question for the guys then. Is y'all going to be like gorilla with it to where, like, my uncle, he'd go in there and he'd turn the water pressure down with a pair of pliers. So a little trickle of water come out the shower and not that much. So with his wife taking on them showers today, she don't use up all the water. Is y'all going to be like that?
That is
like
wild.
A from Everybody Hates Chris. But,
that's my uncle.
But you know what's funny is that my dad told me to do that. My dad told me, he told me, man, when you dealing with your girlfriend, go ahead and give her an allowance whenever y'all go on the vacation. So that way you don't spend all the money. And that was when I was broke though. Right. When I couldn't afford stuff like that, he was like, you need to go ahead and budget for the trip. And then it's because, if she was working and stuff like that, and then she asked for your money, then you go ahead and be like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and give you $50 to $100 or something like that, in addition to what you already brought on the trip. So that way you're not gonna be sitting up here, oh, I want to get this, and this. Because I'm already paying for the flights, the rental car, the everything else. So
man, before the billion, she ain't no 13-year-old girl. You can't give her no $50. She ain't no 13-year-old girl.
That's just what my dad told me, man. But he was like,
You ain't gonna buy nothing with it.
But $50 will get you a long way when all you got is $200.
You know what I mean? Like Bubblicious and Mike-and-Ike's.
Yeah, she can get a pack of gum with that.
She can only buy one drink and that's it.
The dollars though.
She can even buy a round.
But my thing about y'all guys, y'all want women to show so much selflessness while y'all kind of sit back and be like, oh, y'all not ready for marriage. Blah, 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 blah.
You're not ready for marriage though, the way you was talking, man.
What do you mean?
You still talking about it's my check and it's my this. You ain't saying an hour. It's going into an hour of fun.
It is my check. It is. I
mean, this is the way I look at it, man. Look, man. Women is supposed to be the selfish in the relationship, man. Men is selfish by design, yo. I'm selfish. I admit it. Like, I don't got no problem admitting I'm selfish.
So that's why we have to protect ourselves, right, Patrice? Because sometimes y'all take that selfishness way too far.
You are the giver. That's why he's supposed
to. No, but I will say.
No, the man's supposed to be the giver, and a woman is supposed to receive. So what Simcia really meant was a man's supposed to work hard and give me the check, and I receive it and put into my account. Golly, he got it backwards.
Like that, because look, the studies indicate that women are pure consumers. For every dollar that is spent,
that is true.
76 cents is wasted by the woman. That tells you right there, you're horrible with money.
Well, maybe if she's an alpha female, maybe she's just looking for a beta male. That's all. She don't want no alpha male. She wants somebody she can boss around. If she finds somebody she can boss around like that, that's good.
And I always
an alpha male.
No, you don't.
Now we gotta have a conversation. Like we gotta have a conversation prior to marriage about finances to know, so we can know what we both are. Exactly, and like I said, I have no problem relinquishing over if he's gonna take care of me to a certain comfort level, and we gotta understand him because I'm looking for also that husband that's going to retire me soon because I'm not trying to work for nobody else for the rest of my life. And if I find a man that's on that level and that can financially come up to that, I'd be more than willing to invest in it. Like I put the check into the account. He's giving me my allowance that I'm good with, that I can take care of the household and myself.
That we're good with, right?
So, get my hair done, my nails done, my massages, just my girly girl things that I like in general, and making sure the bills are paid and he's taken care of. I'm fine with that. I have no problem with that.
Man,
right? Yeah. If he's covering me so much where I don't have to stress or think about being jerked around, or if I do, it's still worth my while. Then hey, why not? But you have to really be in a position to be in covering, not that 50-50 or. You know what I'm saying? How you do 50-50, but I got to give you my check, but it's 50-50. What the hell?
You want her rations to be $2,000 a week,
man. Listen, think about, hold on, man. It's 2021, man. Those days of the women staying home, those days are over, man. Those days are over, yo.
Well, because that's our fault. That's women's fault. We wanted to fight to be on the same level, but now we realize we fucked up and we don't want to be.
There is no. I'm gonna tell you what. The numbers don't add up, man.
We want to be at home.
No, I'm talking about retire so I can start my own business. I want to retire so I can start my own business, work from home, start like an online business or something at home. I'm talking about not actually working for someone else. So I want to retire early, and I want to be able to still travel and do what I want to do and have like a small online business. I'm good with that. And if he support that, I will support anything that he wants to do. I'll be there, whatever, to make that happen. So that's what I'm talking about. And listen, and the one I'm currently dating is we having those serious conversations. And I didn't even have to say it to him. He said it to me. He said, I am looking to retire my wife, the woman that I married.
Amen.
It sound good. It sound good.
Man. That nigga capping. He just trying to get them draws, man. That's something I said.
No, sound good.
Why you gotta be capping, Poppy? See, you and Trash Can't Wait. Y'all make me sick every time. Like,
I'm just saying it sound good. It sounded
Oh,
good.
whatever.
Listen,
Y'all
it
just
Sound like
hate- y'all
something I
hate
would say.
Exactly. I just said
Sounded
that.
like some shit I say.
I say that too.
Y'all,
bro. I say whatever it takes.
y'all the ones, Cap. Y'all hating. Y'all hating.
Yeah, they're a bunch of haters, right? Patrice, they're a bunch of haters.
He's messing with you.
There's so many things that
Hey,
get on
Patrice,
now.
hold on. I got one question, Patrice. Did he ask you where you want to live to?
Y'all some assholes. You know that?
He asked you?
Y'all some
Did he-
assholes.
I want to
Did he
retire
ask you
my
what?
woman to a castle.
Did he what?
Did he ask you where you want to live? Like, you want to live in Hawaii, in the Bahamas, in Jamaica? Did he say that too?
No, because I told him I think I probably wanted to move back to Vegas. He was cool with that. He has a business already, so he was like, his business, he can work anywhere, for his business. And then I talked about wanting a business, and then he was like, yeah. What?
I told a woman I would move to Germany to live with her. Yo, I don't even like to be white people around like that, man. Hell no, I wouldn't
Boy,
go to goddamn Germany.
I'd have told a bunch of
Still
lies.
vetting each other.
So hold on. So
We
y'all,
still vetting each other.
so y'all basically saying that y'all men will lie and tell women the things we want to hear just to get
Yes.
some booty.
Yes.
I won't tell him that. I will apply it though. I will apply it.
You a
I
heavily
do-
I do believe that's true, but I think maybe when you are a man of a certain caliber and a certain
Right.
age and a
Age,
certain
yeah.
maturity level, it changes because that man is
Yeah.
not stressing me about no sex.
He still got
It
a
sound
dick, yo.
good.
He still
Yeah.
got a dick, and he's
I mean,
He not
that
stressing.
dick somewhere.
I
My
mean, but
uncle's
having,
still the same.
I mean, but having a partner and having someone to share the moments with, that's everything to older men.
We are no
I
partners,
would
man.
think.
Where
You know
you
what I'm
get the
saying?
partnership from? We are no partners, man.
That's
We're
called
still
the
keep
girlfriend
saying that.
experience.
What female
Yeah.
always say that? Well, my partner. This is no business, man. A partner. What?
But along the lines of what Tisha's saying, though, I think
I didn't say partner. What you talking about, Poppy? I didn't say
no,
partner.
What about
Tisha.
this? Talk about we
Tisha's
have a
talking
great
about.
partner.
But-
Men and women are no
but-
partners, man.
What were we saying, Stemsia?
Well, we do really need, all jokes aside, we do really need to be honest about like the long-term care cost and having the means to be able to take care of yourself, in your latter years. Because right now it costs $10,000 a month in order for you to be in these I'd say maybe like a nice adult living community, and it's
Yeah.
only going to get even more expensive.
You're right.
If
You're
the
right.
preparations are not being made today in order for you to have the means later on, you're going to have a difficult time. So that's why it's important to have that $100 weekly allowance, deposit that check into the account, right? Live below your means today, right? And then you're gonna have that
Really?
$5-10 million in the bank account. So whenever something happens, you have the ability for you to stay in a long-term care facility, and you're not gonna have to worry about much. But,
Right.
you can do each other's.
okay.
Y'all can do each other's nails. You don't need a manicure. I mean, you don't need your nails painted. He can do your manicure, and you do his manicure, and you stick to that $100 a week allowance. You'd be good. We just figure out a way to make it work.
Yeah, so the main thing is marriage is a good thing, and we need to start thinking about legacy and not think about ourselves as our own islands. And on that note, I am going to McDonald's. I appreciate y'all tonight.
You better think of what marriage means to you while you out there.
Get DoorDash, girl, please. I don't want you out there this late, man. Stop.
Yeah,
I
K
know,
husband ain't letting her out
her
like that.
daughter.
She already let her
Yeah,
know.
bro.
Yeah, she out of here.
She didn't leave
Yeah,
her
I'm
own
on that
life.
McDonald's now.
Have a good one, Sis.
Oh,
All right, shout out to the panel in the chat. I'll see y'all.
Y'all have a
Get
good
it,
one.
All
Get a
right,
DoorDash,
I
girl.
appreciate y'all. Thank
Get
you.
DoorDash.
I appreciate y'all. Bye-bye. Good night.
Uber Eats.
Good night.
Good night. Going to McDonald's. Bye.
Uber Eats. You hear me?
No, McDonald's.
No, but get Uber Eats, man. You don't need to be out there goddamn late. What are you doing?
I don't know, Daddy. Sorry.
Stop tripping.
Oh,
Get
hey,
Uber
oh, hey,
Eats.
Kay. Hey, Kay.
Hey, y'all.
I heard you snoring too.
You heard her
No, you
snoring.
didn't. Stop lying. She
Make her sound
lying.
like a
She
pit
lying.
bull.
I heard you snoring. I'm like, oh shit, put it on mute. I had to put it on mute myself all the way from over here.
Whatever.
Kasha, you
Oh,
look
you
like
back,
you got a second win. Look like you had a good nap. You about to be wild. That girl that took her a
You still
hard
on, right?
nap.
Hey, she glowing now too. I think she would have got the little quickie going though, man.
You know we still on, right?
You said what, Kay?
You know we still on live, right?
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh, for real? Oh shit.